turned around the many congratulations, because Tracy said, good news, the update is there is no sign of cancer. Thank you guys for all the support. So Tracy, shout out to you. I'm so pleased to hear that. I'm so pleased to hear that there's no signs of any cancer. I can see people are sharing their comments and responding to Tracy as well. That's absolutely fantastic news. So, Tracy, congratulations. Thank you for giving us such a positive update. And honestly, I mean, it's so cool to hear news like that. I feel like on these streams we hear a lot of people going through hard times, because unfortunately there are a lot of hard times in the world. So to actually hear that you've got a real positive update is fantastic news. So Tracy, shout out to you. I'm really genuinely really pleased to hear that news. Right, so this is not the normal preview for SmackDown. We don't have the normal preview for SmackDown because of the fact that the link isn't working. I don't know why, but we're on this instead. And this place, I've never been here before, not a place I ever use, but they've got a preview, and as well as that, they've also got a few other thoughts as well. So this could be kind of interesting. I don't think it'll replace our official preview, but this will be interesting. So the match that everyone is sleeping on, Ilja Dragunov finally taking on Tommaso Ciampa. So Ilja Dragunov against Tommaso Ciampa, that goes down tonight. So yeah, that's been building for a good few weeks. Their prediction is Dragunov retains, but barely. The crowd will go nuclear for this one. If booked right, this is going to continue the trend of the US title actually mattering. So they're saying Dragunov retains. And actually what we can do, because I think it is very interesting, this is a match we've been building to for a while. So let's see what you lot think. Who wins? Who wins the title match? Is it going to be Ilja, or is it going to be Tommaso? So there we go. Ilja or Tommaso. Who wins the title match? Right, Lash Legend is winning tonight. She should win tonight. Legend is going to dominate with power moves after a competitive opening. This is her coming out party. WWE brass are clearly high on her. Don't be surprised when she steamrolls Alexa Bliss. Yeah, I agree with that. I think she should as well. Doesn't really make much sense having Lash Legend, who's got this momentum, and apparently they're really high on her, falling short against Alexa Bliss. I think Alexa's a very credible opponent, but, you know, size, I think, is going to come into this. You know, the size difference between Alexa and Lash Legend. The fact that Lash Legend, as we said, is new to that main roster, I would imagine that she will pick up the victory. I don't know that it's going to be dominates, but I would expect her to get the win. Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley against Aleister Black, Zelina Vega. I feel like this match definitely would have took place at Saturday night's main event if Saturday night's main event wasn't all about John, yeah? And as it should be, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that this is the sort of match I think would have made that card, because it's a bit of a weird match in the sense of, you know, Damian has had to go and get his sister. He's had to go and get his terror twin, Rhea Ripley. And so it feels a bit special. Feels a bit bigger than normal. It's kind of feels a bit Saturday night's main event to me. It wouldn't have main evented, but I think it could have sat on that card. But obviously we're not doing that. We're focusing on John and the NXT showcase. So that means this match ends up on SmackDown, which is absolutely fine. It's going to make tonight's show more interesting. So Damian Priest, Rhea Ripley will win with a screwy finish. It's going to guarantee a rematch. The DQ, count out, interference. Summit keeps the feud cooking. It's funny, actually, because I would have said if Zelina and Aleister won, that would set up a rematch. So I don't know that saying Damian and Rhea wins is going to set up the rematch. I sort of feel like if Damian wins, does he not Does he not get his victory? I sort of feel like the heels winning would set up the rematch. So it doesn't really matter who gets the win. It's a perfectly fine feud, but it's not a feud I personally care about. But don't know. I'm not sure I'm on board with the logic of that one. What about Cody Rhodes? Drew McIntyre's suspension is in place, but Cody wants it lifted so badly that he attacked Drew in his own car. That's the kind of intensity that we've not seen from Cody in months. Cody needs to address two things: his obsession with getting McIntyre back in the ring and his non-title match with Oba Femi tomorrow. So they're saying, okay, bottom line, this is what they're saying. Cena's not here, but the card has got more potential than people realize. Dragunov versus Tommaso could be a sleeper match of the night. Legends debut matters more than WWE is letting on. McIntyre's situation is a powder keg waiting to explode. If you're only watching one thing tonight, make it the US title, but stick around. The final Smackdown before Saturday night's main event could surprise you. I don't mind the writing here. I don't mind this website. I'm never a big fan of that kind of, this has got more potential than people realize, because are you speaking for everybody there? I sort of feel like this card looks pretty good, and I think most average fans would look at it and go, okay, well, I feel like there's something there on this show. I mean, Priest and Rhea against Zelina and Aleister, we just said, feels a bit bigger than a normal match. Finally, we're getting Tommaso taking on Ilja. You know, that's a match that's been brewing for quite a while. So, you know, is this the one that's going to result in a title change? Or is it just that we built this one up? I don't know why it was this one. I don't know why Tommaso was the one we built up, but this is the one we've been building. And, you know, Lash Legend Aleister will be fine. I don't think there's too much to get excited about there. But yeah, we're doing a whole Cody Drew situation, and I think tonight will be fine. Yeah. So there we go. That's a bit of a preview about tonight's SmackDown. Let's go over to this screen. So at the moment, 83% of you are saying that it's going to be a case that... Let's do that. 83% of you are saying it's going to be a case that Ilja is going to retain. Okay, so a lot of you thinking it's going to go that way, and that it's going to be Ilja that's going to retain. Right, Kieran, City fan, said, Daze community, we love you. Cena, said Kieran, City fan. Kieran, City fan, shout out to you, my friend. Kept the Dream said, what's been the best and the worst PLEs of 2025? I think the best, without a shadow of a doubt, is Evolution. I feel like from start to finish, it was really solid. I don't remember any of the matches necessarily, you know, disappointing or stinking the place out. But it has, for me, it was short, it was sweet. It wasn't like this big, long, epic thing. I mean, it never had the greatest of builds. It's obviously a show that they just sort of shoved in rather than like massively planned for. So it was kind of a bit like the forgotten PLE really of this year, because it wasn't WrestleMania, it wasn't Rumble, it wasn't Chamber, it wasn't Survivor Series, it wasn't WrestlePalooza, it wasn't the Saudi show or us going to Australia. I mean, you've got all these big stadium shows and these big journeys to different countries. You know, it was none of that. It was not Clash in Paris or anything like this. It was just in America. It was a really solid show. Didn't have much fanfare or attention, right? Didn't have a massive builds. There were other things that were going on at the time. But the women, once again, as usual, went out there and killed it. And put on what might be... I think it's really hard to talk about what the best singles match, normal singles match of 2025 is. A lot of people might point to John, AJ, They might point to John, Cody. I would point to Io, Rhea from Evolution. I really enjoy like Kevin and Sammy, but that was I think unsanctioned. There was definitely a stipulation to that. Then we had the Cody Kevin one, which again had a stipulation to it. Both of them were fantastic at the start of the year. TLC obviously is a TLC match. Triple threats are triple threats, but like singles matches, genuinely think that Io Rhea one, I mean, it's one of the best women's matches I've ever seen. It's absolutely incredible. So I think because of the fact none of the matches underwhelmed, because the whole show was solid, because it has one of the best women's matches on that I've ever seen, also possesses, of course, in that same match, in that same show, Naomi's cash-in. It means it's a show of significance. It's not a show that was just fun. If you watch it, it's great, but it doesn't matter. It mattered as well. It had repercussions. We crowned a new champ on there, and there was a cash-in on there. So for me, that to me, you know, I think you can look at most pay-per-views and find like at least 2 bad matches. This one, I'm not sure if there was even one. I'm trying to think back to the card, and I can't recall even one bad match that was like an outright bad match. It was really solid. That's my go-to. If I have to go for a more traditional one, it might be Elimination Chamber. I think both the Chamber matches were really well received. We had Jade getting in there and murking Naomi. We had the heel turn at the end by John, which was monumental. One of, if not the biggest shocks of the year. A lot of people saying one of the best heel turns of all time. So those are the ones that I'm giving like big thumbs up to. I think worst PLE, maybe Survivor Series. WrestleMania might get a special nod because it's such a big show that we really look forward to. And it's so underdelivered. I mean, it was so poor that, like, I always feel like a lot rests on WrestleMania. You know, WrestleMania is really important because a lot of casuals only watch that. They don't watch, like, Raw, SmackDown. A lot of people just tune in for the biggest show of the year. And so if that's going to underwhelm, I think it really hurts the business. I think it hurts what follows after. I think that it has a real effect on things. And, you know, 2025 was not a good year. And I'm not saying it's WrestleMania's fault. No, we've had that conversation. We've spoke about why 2025 has sucked, right, compared to recent years. But one of the reasons was this year had a bad WrestleMania. If the build for Mania had been better and then the event had been better, 2025 would not be seen as negatively as what it is, right? Still be bad. People would still view it negatively. It doesn't change the John Cena heel run. It doesn't change the booking of the Vision after WrestleMania. I'm not saying that it changes any of that. I'm just saying, I think we can all agree WrestleMania is the biggest show of the year. If it's going to underwhelm, that is going to kind of put you in a bit of a bad place. And then really you're playing catch up. Do you know what I mean? The stuff that follows better be damn good to kind of take that taste out of your mouth. And it just wasn't. What followed was just nowhere near good enough. And that kind of, you know, malaise just kind of stuck around for the rest of the year. So I think you've got to look at WrestleMania. I think you've got to look at Survivor Series, because I think Survivor Series, you know, got really bad reviews from you guys. I said it was 6 at best. And I think, honestly, the reason that I went that high was because it was John Cena's last PLE. We had the return of Liv Morgan. I thought the men's and the women's War Games matches were okay. I didn't think they were bad. I didn't think they were, like, you know, embarrassing, hard to watch. So for me, if they had been, then my score would have been lower. But for me, there was just enough there for us to get into the 5s, push into a 6. But for many of you, it was like 3, 4, that kind of range, which I understand. And I think for one of the big PLEs, that's really bad. So, yeah, those are the ones that kind of come to my mind first of all. Heartbreak Corp said, Daze, can't believe Cena is retiring tomorrow. Yeah, Heartbreak Corp, shout out to you, my friend. I don't think any of us can. I keep having a bit of a... It's weird, actually, because I keep sitting here and thinking about Cena retiring, and I keep thinking, well, no, it makes sense. I mean, to be honest, to me, he sort of retired a long time ago. I think if Cena was just having his last match this year, I think actually it would be really easy to accept for me, because he only has had like one match a year for quite a long time. If I think about the pandemic era, I don't really think about John Cena. If I think about the Thunderdome, I don't think about John Cena. If I think about the Bloodline story, I don't really think about John Cena. I know that Roman did face Cena at SummerSlam. And I know that Cena also had a match with Theory. And so, you know, Cena's just kind of popped in, really, done the odd match, gone away again. He's not been ever present in WWE for quite a long time. He just comes in once a year and does a match, maybe at Mania or SummerSlam, or the one year, the last SmackDown of the year, because he hadn't had a match that year. So he actually appeared on the last SmackDown of the year to make sure he had a match that year, because I think he's had a match every calendar year since he began. He's had at least one match. And there was the one year, the other year, he just had to get it done on the last show because he hadn't done one. So I think if he was to just come back and go, I'm having my last match now, I think that would be easy to take. But actually what's happened is that he's done a full year with 36 appearances, 35 at the moment, a year that's involved 18 matches, including appearances at, I think, all of the major pay-per-views. He was at Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. You know, he did all of those. And he did a lot of the B-show pay-per-views as well, right? And, you know, 36 dates. And the thing with Cena is that not only was it 36 dates, but we've been talking a lot about him this year. He's been a big topic of conversation. Who's going to be the final opponent? Is Gunther right? The Last Time Is Now tournament, who's going to be in it? You know, who do we want to see in it? Who's Cena's opponents? I feel like this year we have spoke about Cena so much, and he's been ever present in the conversation and throughout the year, that all of a sudden now it's a lot harder to, you know, understand and accept that he's about to have his last match. So weird. If he just came back and did one match this year, I could cope with that quite easily. That would be like, yeah, no, it makes sense. He doesn't really wrestle too much now. But actually, the way he's gone about it has kind of made it, I think, harder for people to say goodbye, ironically. It's harder to say goodbye because he's been around so much this year and we've spoke about him so much. So, in a way, I think that's better. I think it's better. I think it's better that he goes out with us really feeling it. I mean, I think we would have felt it anyway, but as I said, I think we would have been going into that match a lot cooler, colder than we are now. You know, I mean, just silly things like all the different shirts that he's had, the heel turn, how much talk, you know, how great was it? How did it rank to the other heel turns in history? All the different shirts. Well, are they going to change his music now he's a heel? Are they going to change his clothes now he's a heel? Who should he face? Who does he need to face? Who should be in the tournament? I feel like every week, whether he was on the show or not on the show, we've spoke about him some point this year. And so that does make this last match harder. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy that we are just, 24 hours away now? It's getting down to about that, isn't it? So, yeah. It's going to be hard to kind of find the words, I think, tomorrow. What can you say apart from he is undeniably one of the absolute greats in WWE history? To me, is in that S tier alongside a Stone Cold, alongside an Undertaker, alongside a Rock, alongside a Hulk Hogan, alongside a Bruno Sammartino, who I would put in that level, but I know many others wouldn't. but I think he deserves his flowers for carrying the company for like 20 years. So, you know, for me, he's up there in that S tier. Whether he ranks number one or whatever, that's up to you. You know, everyone's got their own kind of ranking. But, yeah, he is definitely someone that deserves his flowers. I was just thinking then about Stephen A. Smith's list. And I was just like, he put Goldberg at number one. And I can't remember if he had Cena at 2 or whatever, but I can't remember if he had Cena on there at all, because I remember Triple H and Road Warriors. But I was like, I think he might have done a list that didn't have Cena on. I'd have to have a look at that. I can't remember what Stephen A. Smith's... Can I find it on the internet? Stephen A. Smith's wrestler ranking. Gunther reacts to Stephen A. Smith's... Yeah. So his top 5... Road Warriors, The Rock, Hogan, Flair, Goldberg. So no Stone Cold, no John Cena, no Undertaker, making Stephen A. Smith's top 5 wrestlers. I remember he selected that when Triple H was on the show, and Triple H had an issue with it at the time. It was all around when WrestlePalooza was going to be on. And even, like, how often do you see someone select their list and wrestlers have an issue with it? They don't really. Normally someone selects a list and the wrestler's like, good list? Yeah, good list. You know, all of them legends. But when Stephen A. Smith released his, Triple H was like, Goldberg at what? And then Gunther was on the other day and he was like, Bill Goldberg at 1. Everyone is calling out Stephen A. Smith on that. I don't watch Stephen A. Smith, but yeah, it did just went in my head. Then I was like, I don't think he had Cena in that list. And he didn't. And this is like one of ESPN's top analysts. Although I don't think he claims to be a massive wrestling fan, to be honest. Road Warriors is interesting, says Nathan. Well, do you know, I feel like the Road Warriors is an act that you would put in if you wanted to show that you had wrestling knowledge. That's my honest answer. My honest answer is, if you're ranking the top 5, top 10, I think the Road Warriors is an act you put in there to sort of show off. Yeah. It's your way of going, yeah, no, I know about the Road Warriors. I know about how impactful they were. I know what they meant to tag team wrestling. I know about the Road Warriors pop. Yeah. I know loads of teams got made in their image because everyone wanted their own version of the Road Warriors, yeah? I mean, a lot of people say, like, Powers of Pain, Demolition, of course. Lots of teams getting made very similar to the Road Warriors because they were so over. They were so big. And, you know, I actually, no one's questioned that, to be honest. That's how big of a tag team they were. But the truth still remains that they were a tag team, and it's really hard to say that they deserve to be on that list above John Cena, or that they deserve to be on that list above Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I sort of feel like their inclusion is a little bit of a, I know my wrestling kind of inclusion, you know? Because to be honest, the list, if you're doing it honestly, or you know, I don't want to say correctly, but if you was going to do it properly, it's probably a bit dull. Do you know what I mean? If we're going to talk about the best, the biggest names, I suppose it's different, isn't it? The best compared to the biggest are 2 different things. This is just his top 5, but top 5 of what? His top 5 wrestlers of what? His personal list? Or is it like most successful, the biggest names, or I'm not sure. Perhaps it is just his personal top 5, but still to not have Undertaker on there or Shawn Michaels. Crazy. I wonder if actually he's kind of shown his age as well. Perhaps he jumped out around like 99 or something like this, because Goldberg, Flair, Hogan, Rock, Road Warriors. If you jumped out around the year 2000, yeah, maybe. But the wrestling world has definitely moved on. Anyway, we're getting too into the weeds. I did not expect to speak about Stephen A. Smith that long, or even at all. Who is Stephen A. Smith, says Larry. He's one of the kind of big sports presenters, pundits on ESPN. He covers a lot of different sports, but because of WWE's deal with ESPN, he was on talking to Triple H and, kind of talking about wrestling. Not his sport. No way do I think he would even say that he was like a huge wrestling fan and he really knows everything kind of a guy. I think, he keeps an eye on basketball and football and he has opinions on everything. He's kind of one of those guys that you see on these networks. He's their sports guy. We don't have him over here, but I know of him because I've just seen him on interviews and whatnot. So that's who he is. Seeb said with rumors that the plan is for AJ, Brock, Jericho all to have retirement runs. Would we like to see Gunther retire all three? Are WWE going to be lazy for the foreseeable with retirement runs? Hello, Seeb. Hope you're well. I think that's a tough one to answer. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to see Gunther retire all three. Just because I feel like these retirements and the last matches, just like winning the Rumble, just like winning King of the Ring, just like winning Money in the Bank, just like winning or getting into a main event of WrestleMania or a main event of SummerSlam, these are winning the Elimination Chamber. These are the opportunities and the achievements of 2026. So, there's only so many, of course. Across the year, let's say there's going to be, 80 or something like that, right? 80 opportunities. We're going to have X amount of title changes. We're going to have X amount of main events. If you can make it to a main event of a PLE, that's good. If Finn Balor could main event one of the PLEs next year, I think he'd be thrilled. He might not win it, but at least for the build, he's going to get a big spotlight. And then at the show, he's going to close out the show. You've got to say that's something, right? So, winning the Rumble, being the Iron Man in the Rumble, blah, 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 blah. If we sit here and do a list, I don't know what we would get to. My guess is we would get over 50. Could I get to 80? Maybe. I don't know. But you get my point. So with that being said, we've got to space that out, I think, around the roster. We can't just give it all to one person. So, or give the bulk of it to one person. So I think with Gunther, I wouldn't mind if he had one of those. And I don't mind if he wins a Rumble, main events a PLE, gets a piece of the pie. But other people need some of the pie as well, We need to be building other people as well. We can't just put all of everything into Gunther. So it's hard because I don't know where Gunther's going to be by the time these people retire. He might not need any of them. It might be that him retiring Cena, maybe winning the Rumble, maybe beating Brock at WrestleMania. That might be him at the Promised Land. That might be him joining the S-tier crew. So for me, I think it's very hard to say who you give it to at this stage because we don't quite know when they're all happening. And we don't quite know who's going to need them. I mean, what I would say is personally, and it's always just preference, I would like for them to go to people that can move forward and benefit. I think some of the frustration about Gunther is some people feel out there that he's not going to benefit from this. I obviously feel different, and I've spoke about that on various streams. But I would like for someone like, say, I don't know, an Oba Femi or a Trick Williams or a Carmelo Hayes or whoever it might be. Oba being the one to retire Brock, I think would be really good because that is the crowning of a new monster. If they do give that one to Gunther, I think that would be fine. But if you give him that one, I wouldn't give him the others. I would have other people kind of taking those. But again, it just depends where you are at the time, to be honest. With, building people, and maybe you give at least one of those to Braun, for example. That would make sense. Maybe Braun, murks Brock or something. If Gunther beats Brock at WrestleMania, then Braun beating Brock at SummerSlam, I think makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've heard apparently Braun is the person they really see as being their next Roman Reigns. Like, they're not just seeing him as a top star, they're seeing him as the top star. So you're going to have to definitely give him plenty if you want to get him to that level. Keegan said, there's currently a snowstorm where I am. I'm going to go to IHOP, let's go, for supper. Never been to IHOP. I would go, though. I think it's like a Denny's, isn't it? My day is a little bit better, says Keegan. Yeah. Well, it always is if you go into the hop. Music said, number 1 should be The Ultimate Warrior. David said, Stephen A. Smith lives off rage bait, regardless of the sport that he talks. He is insufferable, says David. Right, David? Thank you. I don't know. I don't watch him. I'm just aware of him as a pundit. James said, did you see Cena confirmed his main event him? Once again, Alvarez is full of shiz. Yeah, I would love to know what's happened with all of that, because I can tell you what I've seen and the journey I've been on with that whole story, right? So, to me, there was no doubt that Cena was closing this show, right? And then he went on to a chat show, and the way that he had worded it just sort of made a few people think. It didn't seem that way to me, and I did say that at the time, but it didn't seem to me like he was saying he was going to open the show. But the way he worded it was, if you tune into Saturday night's main event, you're going to see my last match. And then you're also going to see... And I think it was that. So I think what people took that as was, oh, so he's going to open and then we're going to watch the NXT talent, right? So they're coming after him. But I don't think he was saying that, and I didn't think he was saying that at the time. I think he's saying, if you tune in, you'll get to watch my last match, but then also you can watch, this is all happening as well. So I think people interpreted it wrong. So there was these messages I was getting tagged in where people had interpreted it a different way to me, and they had interpreted it that he was going to open the show. So then I had to put, I can't remember if I put that into Unseen or not. If I did put their comments in Unseen, I'm sure I would have said, I don't think this is true. I think they've misinterpreted this, right? But anyway, whatever. We move on. And then still I'm under the impression Cena's closing the show. And then Brian Alvarez comes out and goes, so sources are saying, or, I've heard that Saturday night's main event is going to be able to go as long as it wants, can go as long as it wants. There's no hard out. If they go over 2 hours, there's no drama, right? They're not on any TV network, so there's no schedule. They're on Peacock, so they can go as long as they want. They're on YouTube. It's YouTube internationally. They can go as long as they want. And then he said, and also, John Cena's opening the show. And when Brian Alvarez said that, I was like, oh, really? So maybe those people that had heard what John had said took it the right way, and maybe I took it the wrong way. Perhaps that was what Cena was saying on that talk show. So, of course, I put that in Unseen. I think the thumbnail says opener, ? Opener? Is this... And then in there, I'm like, I hope we don't do this. Yeah? And then today, we find out John's come out and gone, I don't know where this has started, but no, as far as I know, I'm closing the show. I think he said there's a few people out there, or there's someone out there that's got a big platform that likes to just occasionally kick the hornet's nest, He was kind of insinuating, I believe, that Brian Alvarez was doing it for views and clicks. I don't know. I'll tell you what I think might have happened. I think Brian has also interpreted it the way others interpreted it. And I think as a result, he's then said, okay, so I believe that he's opening the show, right? Because of that comment Cena made the other day. So he's said that. I don't know that he's necessarily been told it by anyone. Maybe he did get told it. I'm not too sure. But it's been a real weird one, that, because it's been misconstrued Cena comments. Then it's been Brian Alvarez coming out sort of saying, yeah, okay, so he's going to open the show. And Brian, to me has credibility. I know Dave doesn't. But Brian, I believe, has, it doesn't miss as often as Dave Meltzer. Although this is a bad look for Brian, of course. And then, of course, Cena's now come out and gone, no, I am closing. So anyway, that's the story. In regards to where we are right now, yes, Cena is expected to close the show. He's saying that. He said the only thing that's going to change is if any of the plans change. And he's like, in wrestling they can, but they're not going to, are they? WWE are not going to change their plan and have Cena open the show. I mean, I said during Unseen, and I'm sure I'm only saying what many of you were thinking anyway, why would you have Cena open the show and then do the NXT talent? Because if you're tuning in to see Cena, you're clicking off as soon as he's done. There ain't many people that are going to watch Cena get all emotional and get upset, thank you, Cena, and all that stuff, and then going to stick around to watch some people they don't know, like Sol Ruka, like Leon Slater, Javon Evans. They might not have seen Javon Evans. I mean, yeah, okay, you've got Bailey and you've got Cody, whatever, but a lot of people are only tuning in to say goodbye to John. John is the reason for this show. So you're doing the NXT talent dirty if you do it that way round, because it ain't helping views, is it? I think we can all agree it's hurting views. I mean, you ain't going to get anyone tuning in after Cena going, oh, I'm glad that's done. I'm going to tune in now. I mean, the ratings aren't going to go up. They're only going to go down if Cena was to open the show. So I think that, didn't make any sense to me. It never made any sense to me. I'm glad that we've managed to kind of get to a better place with it also. Yeah, that was a crazy one, wasn't it, James? That was a crazy one. It was quite a journey on that little, a nothing story. All of that that turned out to be an absolute nothing story. It's nonsense. Just what a waste of time. Cena, I think, was just always closing this show from the very beginning. All of that stuff, just complete nonsense, so. Julian said, Daze, what do we think the finish will be in Cena's last match? I think he won't tap, but he might pass out. Yeah, I agree. It was something that the chat have said a few times. I think the pass out is the right thing. I don't want any outside interference. I don't want any outside interference. I don't mind if they actually take a leaf out of the Money in the Bank match with CM Punk. You might remember that the rule for that was that if CM Punk won, he became champion and he was leaving. So that means he would be leaving with the championship. And that's what makes that match. That's the secret sauce to that match. It's not just a great match. There's a real stipulation. There's a real, oh my God, if Punk wins, he's going to leave the company and he's taking the top title with him. So when things are not looking good for John, Vince McMahon makes his way down, right? And, you know what Vince is like. He's going to ensure that John wins, right? John's not a heel. He's not working for Vince. But Vince does not want CM Punk leaving with the WWE Championship. So Vince comes down, John gets out the ring and says to Vince, we're not doing it that way. That is not how this is going down. John is a man of honor. He's not someone that's going to allow Vince to cheat and, for Cena to win that way. And of course, Cena gets back in the ring, ends up losing, right? Vince is out there with his shocked face as Punk gets the belt, goes in the crowds. Some of the best shots. That moment where Punk's on the barricade with the belt. I think, doesn't he blow Vince a kiss as he goes over the barricade into the crowds? What a story. What a moment. What a match. It's got to be up there with Cena's best ever matches because of just that extra stipulation, that extra, little spice. Obviously not Vince, maybe Triple H. You could easily have Gunther bully someone backstage, maybe a Triple H really disrespects Triple H backstage. You could show that earlier in the show. And then during the match, it looks like Gunther's going to win. Triple H could come out. Cena could get out the ring and go, listen, don't get involved. I know you're not his biggest fan, but I don't want to win that way. Cena gets in the ring, ends up getting beaten. It's a little callback to what happened at Money in the Bank. It's not what I would book, right? But the point I'm making is, if there is going to be any outside interference, I would be okay with it being that. That would be more palatable because it is a callback to Money in the Bank, 2011, I think it was. Him and CM Punk. And I think that it doesn't really get in the way too much. So other than that, though, I don't want any outside interference. And again, I have to repeat myself. I'm not saying that's what they should do. I'm just saying if we had to have outside interference, if for some reason someone in creative was really pushing for outside interference, that's what I would suggest. I'd be like, okay, well, let's do that, because that I think is more palatable than just having a load of people come down to the ring and be around the ringside area. I don't think that's very clever. I don't think that's very creative. But that little callback, I think, would be kind of fun, and people online would pick up on that. And, it's one of Cena's greatest moments. It's one of his biggest losses, but it's one of his great moments as well. But again, I have to keep stressing, I would not do that. I would not do that. But if we was going to do outside interference, that I think would be one of the more palatable ways. In regards to how I would book it, I'm with you. I think have the match clean, don't have outside interference, and just make it so that he passes out. That slogan of never give up, I know people like to say that he has tapped in his career, which, to be honest, is regrettable that we did that. I don't think we should have done that. I think those are mistakes. I think that it's a shame that he doesn't retire with the fact that he never gave up in his career. That would have been such a wonderful fact, wouldn't it? That would have been such a wonderful little thing. Little Easter egg, did you know Cena never gave up in his career? That's what he said. It's such a shame we threw that away. But I think for WWE to kind of focus on that in this match and say about how John was all about never give up. Well, is he going to do that in this match? We can't really change the past. Mistakes have been made. We've just got to deal with the hand we've got. So I quite like it, actually. I quite like the never give up. Is he going to give up? At this show, Gunther's going to do it. Gunther's going to make him tap. He still hasn't tapped many times in his career. I think someone said it was like 3 times in his career. So, I mean, it's certainly something that he's not done often, which is why I say it's a real regret that we even did it to him on those occasions. But, yeah, I sort of feel like it would be good if he just passes out. I'm a big believer Gunther wins. I really think he wins. I really don't see the need in John Cena winning. I was not a fan. I think they had Sting win his last match, and I was not a fan of that. I don't think Sting needs it. I don't think Cena needs it. A loss here changes zero about their legacy. No one said that Ric Flair's last match at WrestleMania 24 sucked because he lost it, right? I think for me, this is honor. This is honor. This is going into battle and, losing your life in battle, losing your life in war. This is John Cena going down in that final battle. And for me, there's a real dignity, there's a real honor. It's funny because that's how I view Cena losing. Honor, dignity, giving back to wrestling, pride. Whereas other people look at him as like, oh, I can't believe he's lost. This is really, I'm upset. And they don't view those things that I view. They don't see those things that I see, or that I should say we see, because I know many of you agree in wrestlers losing that last match and putting over someone that can benefit, you know. So yeah, I think passing out and not giving up is definitely the right thing. It's quite poetic. Hopefully a banger. I don't see any reason why it won't be. I think it absolutely will be a banger. I think that, as I've said, for me, Gunther is the right opponent. I think he is someone that can bring the best out in people. Dave Meltzer just scored him and LA Knight. I think it got 4.25 stars, maybe even 4.5, which genuinely I think is the highest rating I've seen for an LA Knight match. And it's Gunther that's brought that out. He is excellent at playing his part of being a heel that chops and brutalizes and hurls the babyface around, which means they have to then come back with fire and determination to try and overwhelm and overcome Gunther, who is just like this big bully. He is so good in that role. It brings the best out in his opponent. I think you see that tomorrow with Cena. It's such a fantastic send-off. You're putting him in there with someone that really knows what he's doing and someone that really knows how to bring the best out in his opponent. And I think that, and someone that can really benefit as well moving forward, in my opinion. So very excited, very excited. I think that it's a really, really great match. It's a match that I've been wanting to see all year. And yeah, I just hope it all goes well. I hope there's not loads of botches or missed timings or anything. I don't expect there will be, but I really hope it's going to be the match we're all hoping it's going to be. I don't go in expecting 5 stars. Don't do that. That's not fair. But I do go in expecting 4-star plus. Yeah. I'm hoping that this is going to be something which can stand kind of proudly, you know, on a list of best matches of the year. I think 5 stars puts it in the top 10, top 5. I don't think you can expect that. But can you expect it to hit a top 30 list? Yeah. I mean, I think the sheer emotion is going to massively help anyway, get it to that level. But, you know, the match has got to deliver something. But the pieces are in place. I'm very excited for it. So, yes, if you haven't seen, we've already set that stream up. Leave a like if you haven't on that. I really would appreciate that because, I mean, this does feel like one of the biggest events of the year. This feels about as big as WrestleMania. Whether it's going to be or not, I don't know. That's a shot in the dark, but there's only one John Cena's last match, or at least I believe there will only be one John Cena last match. And it's tomorrow, and they've been hyping this so much. I sort of get the feeling that there's going to be so much attention on this. It's going to have such a vibe. It's going to have such an energy. It's going to be WrestleMania-esque. I really believe that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and say, oh, it'd be great for the channel if that video could get to 1,000 likes. That's what we tend to set for our big shows. And in the back of my mind, I'm sort of thinking that's where we should benchmark it. I'm going to need help in achieving that. And if we can do that, that would be a real lovely boost for the channel just at the end of the year. There's no PLE in December. So, you know, John in many ways has given us this massive show at the end of the year to look forward to in a month where we don't get one. So, you know, that in itself is a gift. So, really do appreciate John for doing that, to be honest. He could have gone out at WrestleMania, which is big anyway, but he's sort of made this massive show that wouldn't normally exist. Saturday night's main event would do fine, but it's going to do crazy numbers because of it being John's last match. And I don't know, is it a Christmas gift in a way from John? Merry Christmas. Here's, does it make you think about family and Christmas and the short time that we have together? I wonder if that's a little takeaway we could have as well. I mean, I don't want to get deep and mushy and all that stuff, but it is Christmas. I'm sure you're all getting presents at the moment, buying presents, thinking about Christmas, thinking about your Christmas plans. And, we're saying goodbye to one of the greats. And he'll still be around. He's not dying. He'll still be around. He'll still pop in, but we just won't get to watch him wrestle anymore. And there is a lot of very, very sad people about that. A lot of people upset at the different videos that have come out. But I wonder if it just is a timely reminder to treasure what you've got and to realize that time is fleeting and nothing lasts forever. And what a wonderful time of year just to get that reminder as well, literally a couple of weeks, if that, before Christmas. So, yeah, big. So, yeah, anyway, if you would leave a like on that stream, it'd be greatly appreciated. I'm going to pencil 1,000 likes, but until we get going with that stream and we see how many people join us, I'm not going to really know how big of a stream it actually is, Right, Julian said, Daze, do we think Ric Flair's retirement with Shawn is the best retirement? Definitely, but some people don't count it anymore. What do we think the finish to the Cena last match will be, says Julian. So, Julian, yeah, we answered that. I saw you put it in as a super chat, but I would have got to you anyway. But yeah, I think that for me, it is the best. I think that the story, the builds, Cena may replace it. It's going to have to go some, though. I mean, a lot of people, you take away just the fact that it was Ric Flair's last match. A lot of people just love the match. The match itself is great. The storytelling in there is great. This is Ric Flair, who is clearly past it, going in there against arguably the best WWE has ever had in ring in Shawn Michaels, and at WrestleMania trying to see, where he's at. Yeah, he's picked up wins against names, some decent names, to get to WrestleMania. Vince has said, as soon as you lose your next match, you're done. And, everyone knew he was going to lose to Shawn. He was flipping crying as he was making his way down to the ring, Ric Flair. So his family were all there and pyro fireworks going off. There's thank you Flair sign. Everyone knew this was it. But technically it wasn't unless he lost. But everyone knew he was losing. And then they do a fantastic match. And it is undeniably one of the greatest moments in WWE history. People, I think I've seen books with this as the title. You could call it, this could be the title of your wrestling podcast, or your wrestling channel. But that moment where he says, I'm sorry, I love you, and he delivers the super kick to put Ric Flair down, I wonder if that's been discussed. The problem you've got is that, just before Gunther puts out John, if he was to say thank you for everything, John, as John fades, I don't know how that gets received, because I think people, I don't know how that gets received. I sort of feel like that could be a really lovely thing and a lovely moment. But then will someone see it as a Temu version of what Shawn did with Rick? Is it right for the Gunther character? If Gunther was to say, it's nothing personal, John. Thank you for everything you've done. As John goes. I think that would actually be quite well received. I would take a stab in the dark that it would be well received. Because I think people are going to be so emotional anyway that I don't actually think it's going to take much to push them over the edge. I don't think it's going to take much for them to start bawling. I think that the emotions are going to be really amped up. And I think that it is borrowing a leaf out of the Shawn Ric Flair book. But I think it would be well received. Don't know. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Do you just not do that and just let him choke him out? And that's it. But I do think the choke out feels like, you know, if there was a bookies odds, I've got to think that's favourite because it just makes the most sense, doesn't it? Just makes the most sense. No, I don't want to see John tap out. That would be horrific. That would be awful. John, you know, talking about never giving up and then in his last match gives up. That would leave a bad taste in the mouth. You definitely don't want to do that. But I think him just going makes more sense. It might even be that John wins, but honestly, it's not what I would do. I think it's not what I would do. But it's maybe what some of you would do. I'm not sure. Right, Matty Boom said it's not popular, but I can't wait for the Cena stuff to be over. It's so redundant to me. They botched the tour badly, and they should have kept that world title on him, says Matty Boom. Well, that's fair. I think that no one has to be excited or engaged in tomorrow. No one has to feel like they have to tune in or anything like that, or that they have to care. There's plenty of people. Actually, it's funny because one of the first ways that I got into the sort of internet wrestling community, the IWC, was because of a guy called Bruce Blitz. And I've spoke about him before, and he's not someone that's around. You know, he's not a name that I see anymore. I never see any videos from him or comments from him or anyone talking about him or talking to him, or I never see anything. I actually don't know what he does now, right? But I can tell you that going back to, I don't know, I think it must be like 2012, 2013 sort of time. That was when I first sort of ventured into the internet wrestling world, right? Before then, I'd never interacted with it at all. And so I remember one of his videos coming up on YouTube, and I watched his video, and it was him basically ranting about how John Cena never loses, how it's Super Cena, he's sick to the teeth of him, he can't believe how much people get held back by Cena, and he was off, mate. He was ranting, and a lot of people did feel that way. Let's go Cena, Cena sucks. That Cena sucks crowd, you know, was a very real crowd. That was a very real, if you'd been on social media around that time, you would have seen plenty of anti-Cena commentary, right? Because if you listen to the Let's Go Cena, it's kids and it's women. If you listen to the Cena sucks, it was guys that were really frustrated that Cena was just dominating the landscape. People would get built up to face him. They would then fall short and lose. And Cena just seemed to suck the oxygen out the room. He meant so much to the kids who have now grown up and love him, right? But to the adults that were around at the time, a lot of them really struggled. And this Bruce Blitz guy really struggled. And I used to watch him because I just used to enjoy his rants. He just used to go off, and I used to enjoy his rants. And I'd imagine, I've said before, I think the modern day replacement of that is probably that JD from New York, who I think people enjoy tuning in to watch him rant about wrestling and AEW and WWE and whatever, right? So I think he's probably the modern day equivalent. But before him, there was someone called Bruce Blitz. And yeah, for me, like, it's not lost on me that there's plenty of people out there that aren't going to really care about John, aren't going to be really engaged or that bothered about him walking away. So I would say you don't have to feel anything. You don't have to tune in. You don't have to watch. You don't have to pay any respects. You don't have to care. And I think there's going to be a good chunk of people out there that are also going to feel that way. But I think I'm not in that group. I am someone that can recognize what Cena has contributed. And I think just alone his Make-A-Wish contributions are staggering. Over 650 Make-A-Wish. I mean, he feels to me like WWE always likes to get behind someone as the face. And there's normally a backlash to that. We're seeing it now with Cody. We actually saw it a bit during Roman's run. There's plenty of people when Bloodline was going on jumping in here saying I'm sick of Roman winning due to outside interference You know, he can only win thanks to the Usos and Solo. When's he going to win clean? And there was lots of people kind of pushing back, even when Bloodline were on top. People pushing back now on Cody, understandably so. People pushing back when Roman was being shoved down our throats as the big dog. You all remember when he was a babyface and no one wanted that. And so people were pushing back on that. People famously pushing back on Hogan. When Hogan was on top, Hulkamania, you know, probably dies around 89. And I think 90 is seen as a passing of the torch to the Warrior. And really after that, people, you know, he had his fans, but he more than enough had his detractors. And, you know, there's moments where Hogan's getting boos. And, you know, Hulkamania is struggling. And so even Hogan has an electric kind of 5 years that people are all loving him and everyone seems to be on board. But towards the end of his time, there's a backlash. That backlash is quite natural, to be honest. I think it's quite natural. I think it's to be expected. You know, there's never going to be 100% of us agreeing that that's the person that we want, you know. But I think Cena was the person selected to be that person. There was this big backlash to him, but he had his support as well. But I just think, what a great guy, actually, to put in that spot. What a great guy. What a great guy that did over 650 Make-A-Wishes, that seemed to want to sign autographs till the cows come home, be a true ambassador for the company, means so much to so many people, be, you know, such a positive role model and a really good example. And I think when Triple H talks about Cody sort of embodying that same sort of energy, I think you can understand it. You know, Cody will stick around and sign autographs till the cows come home. I've no doubt that he's doing all the Make-A-Wishes that are coming his way. I can't for a second imagine Cody turning those down. I can't imagine Roman turning them down either, to be honest. I'm not saying that anyone is really better than anyone else, but just focusing on John, I think we can say what a great guy. I don't think we can really question that too much. Although people, you know, have said that the odd wrestler has come out and said a few things, but I think that is also to be expected if you've interacted with as many different people as John Cena has. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, that. It's a real interesting one, how, you know, maybe not everyone is feeling the excitement, but hopefully everyone can still recognise how big of a deal tomorrow is. Jitterman said Daze probably Gunther wins tomorrow. But then what's next? Lesnar? Oh, I think Lesnar at Mania makes sense, yeah. Are we pushing through someone who we can all get excited about, says Jitterman. I don't think we can worry about that, to be honest. I think that Gunther is someone that has got everything you look for. So it doesn't really matter if you like him or don't like him. He's a heel. So what we've got there is someone that doesn't care about you, doesn't care about if you enjoy watching his work. In fact, if you find him annoying or anything like that, then brilliant. He's a heel who doesn't care what you think. If he was a babyface, maybe that would be a little bit more challenging, because we do need you to like him if he's a babyface. But as a heel, it doesn't really matter. The only thing I would say is if, like, you find him so dull that you, like, turn the TV off. But I don't know, man. I think if you're finding Gunther matches dull, I don't really know what to tell you, because the rest of us do not feel that way. You know, he's getting fantastic scores from the community whenever we do have a Gunther match. You know, we rate the matches, and consistently it's in that great range. When you look at what Dave Meltzer is scoring, and, you know, I think one of the criticisms Dave Meltzer gets is that he's anti-WWE, but yet consistently he gives Gunther really high match scores. If you go on to Cage Match, so I know Cage Match doesn't get loads of responses, but it doesn't do too bad for PLEs. And if you go on there and look at Gunther matches, really high scores. So you look at our community, you look outside of our community, you look at apparently a WWE hater and what they're scoring. Consistently, Gunther is delivering on match quality. So I think if you are someone that struggles with him, I do think match-wise you're in the minority. I think as a character, he's not the most captivating in the sense of there's not really too much to him. He just brags about being the best and about being the ring general and all of that stuff. But I would say that's okay for a heel. I mean, Andre the Giant wasn't really doing a great deal other than being big. King Kong Bundy wasn't really doing a great deal, right? I know that this is a different generation and the heels maybe are expected to be a little bit more charismatic, a bit more, have a bit more about them. But to be honest with you, I've got a bit of a criticism with how modern heels are presented, because I think that the way they're presented is flawed. I think it's a problem. I think it's wrong. And I don't really understand why we are presenting heels as being credible. I don't understand why they have to have a point of view that some people can understand and sympathize with. So Kevin Owens, Drew McIntyre, they speak their truth. And the problem you've got is there's a lot of people that listen to that and buy into it. And they see their point of view. And so all of a sudden what you're doing is you're making your heel babyface. If you listen to a heel and the heel is relatable, understandable, and you understand where they're coming from and you start to agree that they are being screwed over and that actually they are the ones that are right, Drew is right, listen to what he's saying, he's not lying, listen to Kevin, he's right in what he says, all of a sudden you've made your heel a babyface. You've made them sympathetic. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I understand where Triple H comes from. Triple H's point is I don't want my heels to just be doing illogical heel stuff for the sake of it. I don't want them tying the woman to the train tracks and twizzling the moustache, just being evil for the sake of being evil, right? I want them to be a bit more complex than that. I want them to have a bit more depth to that. I want them to believe in what they're doing, right? But the problem you've got is that if you do that, you are going to have fans sympathize with your heels. And I think that really muddies the water. I think if you're going to do Cody against Drew, you're going to have a chunk of people supporting Drew. Because Drew is relatable, sympathetic, you can understand where he's coming from, people do think he's being screwed. And I just think that's a problem because all of a sudden now it's not heel face. You're starting to muddy the water and make it face for some, not for everyone, but for some, it might feel that way, you know? Or even worse, if you believe Drew and you think that Cody is getting preferential treatment, you've actually done one of the worst things you can do. You've turned your heel face and you've turned your face heel when I don't know that you were trying to do that. I mean, that to me is crazy. That to me is like that. The foundation of pro wrestling is two people fighting and you have a good guy that people root for and a bad guy that people hate. And you want to pay to see the good guy win. That's the foundation of wrestling, yeah? That's Wrestling 101. That's it stripped back to its bare bones. Forget the build and the story and who it is and where we are and all of that stuff. Two people, heel, face. Everyone, come on, I hope you get the win. All behind that guy. Boo, don't like you. You suck. All against that guy. I know it gets more complicated than that. But at its core, that's what we're dealing with. And I just think that Triple H, with some of his booking and some of his heel booking, has got that wrong and has muddied the water a bit too much. What I like about Gunther is he doesn't engage in that stuff. I actually think like Gunther is one of the best heels we've got because he's a heel. He's just an outright heel. He does not kind of give you any of that nonsense where he tries and gets your sympathy or anything like that. He came out and said that he's going to bully John Cena and he's going to make him tap out. He's going to make him do the one thing that he said he wouldn't do, and that is give up. There's not really a reason for Gunther to do that other than he's just a horrible person, right? There's no need for him to want to do that, to want to embarrass John. But he's going to do it. He's going to at least try, right? And great. That makes me more excited for this match. Because will he succeed? Will he make John Cena tap out? If he does, this is, you know, a match which doesn't mean loads because, as we said, we're expecting Cena to lose. So, fine. You know, if Cena wins, fine. If Cena loses, fine. So in that regard, it doesn't really matter, right? Who wins and who loses. Because we're expecting the face to lose. If the face wins, fine. I wouldn't do that, but fine. If the face loses, fine. It's what we expect. But what they've done is they've put a wrinkle in, which is very clever. And they've gone, the heel is going to want to try and embarrass the babyface. In the last match, in front of a massive crowd, he's going to try and make him tap out. Because he said he's never going to give up. So Gunther's now going to try and make him give up for no reason other than he's a bad person. And I applaud that. That is what a heel should do. There's no sympathizing. There's no, oh, maybe he's right. This is just someone that's being a dick, right? And sometimes you gotta go, respect. So I really like Gunther. I think that there are definitely areas that you could make him a bit more complex as a character. I think they carry risks because all of a sudden you could end up making him cool and you could make him charismatic and you could accidentally turn him babyface, right? I think where he is right now is really not bad at all. He is this heel that just goes around being a dick and I feel like there's level for him to go to. I said that on the web, but I've said it loads of times. This idea that it shouldn't have been Gunther is a bit ludicrous to me. Honestly, I'm going to push back because I think he is the perfect person. And I think all the people that I see saying it shouldn't be him, he's got nothing to gain, I have no idea what they're seeing. Because to me, Gunther is not S tier right now. He is not main event in WrestleMania Night 2. He is not taking that belt off Cody. He is not standing alongside Roman Reigns. Like, they all feel a level above. Seth, Punk, Cody, Roman. Gunther doesn't feel that level to me. And it's because he's not had a great year. Tapping out to Jay, right? Tapping out to Jay in the opening match. And then, okay, main event in night 1 of SummerSlam, but losing as well. Right? So Gunther's aura, I think, has took a bit of a knock this year. We need to rebuild that, and this is how we can do it. But not only that, I want to see him main event WrestleMania. I want to see him go up against Roman Reigns. I want to see him go up against Cody Rhodes in a proper feud. I want to see him win the WWE Championship. I want to see him win the Royal Rumble. Doesn't all have to be next year. It can be spaced out over the next 2-3 years. But to me, it's a joke if you're going to tell me that there's not another level for Gunther to go to. Because, I've just named it. All that stuff is stuff he has not done. He's never won the Rumble, never main evented WrestleMania Night 1 or 2, never main evented Night 2, never been, like, you know, the WWE champion, does not stand alongside Roman Reigns, CM Punk, Seth Rollins. This is a guy that can be built. This is a guy that can benefit by being the John Cena's last opponent. This is one of the biggest beasts we've got, biggest monster heels we've got, maybe the biggest outside of Brock Lesnar, who only came back at SummerSlam and is apparently retiring in 2026. So next in line, the next cab in line is Gunther. And yeah, for me, this is just great. It's just really clever booking. It's actually disappointing to see so many people down on it when it seems so logical to me. And I think the reason why I'm down on it is because I always like to think that I could help WWE if I got to creative, right? I never will, don't worry. I never will, right? But I am someone that likes to think about creative. I am someone that likes to see the product succeed and give the fans what they want. This to me is logical. This to me makes sense. This is something I would book. So seeing the backlash to it, you kind of go, damn, man. Is it wrong? Or are the fans wrong? And on this one, I think it's the fans. Genuinely, I think the fans are wrong on this one. Because the arguments that I see about why it shouldn't be him don't make any sense to me. They don't stack up. So that's why I think the fans are wrong on this one. Not all the fans. And, you know, if you are someone that passionately disagrees with it, I'm quite happy to have that conversation. I'll only make the points that I've already just made, though. But, you know, for me, I can see where he benefits here. I can see how we move forwards. So, yeah, I like that conversation. I do think there's a bit of an issue with the heels, and that's an issue that might not go away, actually, because that is kind of fundamental to Triple H's booking. It's just, I think recently we've had a few extreme examples of it with Drew and Kevin, but actually Gunther is someone that's managed to avoid that pitfall. Jose said Ilja Tommaso won't come close to Ilja Gunther in NXT. That match was brutal. And surely match of the year, said Jose Serrano. Shout out to you, my friend. I don't know. I mean, it was amazing, that match, but Gunther against Tommaso was also incredible. I don't know if you remember that from NXT, but they put on an absolute banger as well. I mean, I am a big fan of Sami Zayn, as people know, and I always get asked, why are you a fan of Sami? And the answer to that is because if Sami is on a card, I look forward to the match. If Ilja's on the card, I look forward to the match. If Tommaso is on the card, I will look forward to the match. And I can't say that of other people, right? There's lots of people that could be on the card and I might not care. Solo Sikoa. If it was WrestleMania and the next match coming up is a solo match, depends who he's facing. But if it's a solo match, not sure that I'm, you know, doing cartwheels in preparation because I'm probably expecting 3.5 stars. If the next match is Ilja Dragunov, I'm excited because I really feel like I'm going to see some at 4 stars plus. And I think that you're probably right. This is not going to get to that Gunther level because Gunther Ilja, I think, is a pretty assured 5 stars, right? They faced a few times and down in developmental and, you know, every time it delivered. So, yeah, their NXT UK match was very special. Their NXT match they had was special as well. Both of those getting at least over 4.5, maybe 4.75 for many people hitting that 5-star mark. So, yeah, I mean, there's every chance this doesn't reach that level. But Tommaso is someone that I think can deliver in ring. And I think there's a reason as to why this is the one they've been building. This is the one that they've saved back. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I also think commercial breaks are going to hurt as well here. But I do think there is every chance this is going to be a banger. I will not be shocked if this gets great 60 plus. I think this is going to be something which is going to really deliver. How can it not? They're both so great. So, yeah, will it get to that Gunther level? Don't think so. I'm in agreement with you, but let's keep our fingers crossed that it does, because then we're going to be in for something really special. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Chris said, do you think we get a big ending tomorrow to finish off Saturday night's main event, considering Cena's final match's opening? Keep up the great... We spoke about the whole opening thing earlier in this stream, but I appreciate people are jumping in at different points and different times. So word is that he's not opening. He is going to close. And as we said, we kind of went through the whole story as to what happened with all of that. I think the reason as to why that got miscommunicated is because of a comment that Cena made that got misinterpreted. So I believe Cena was on Kimmel, right? I think it was Kimmel. It was on one of these chat shows. And he said, I'm going to do my last match. If you tune in to Saturday night's main event, I'm going to do my last match. And then you're also going to see this NXT tap, right? And I think what happened, that seems like an absolute nothing comment, doesn't it? That's how it came across to me, as like a nothing comment. Tune in, you're going to see me, you're going to see these people as well, right? I want to showcase the future, okay? Doesn't seem like a talking point. But what happened, and what genuinely happened, was some people saw that, heard that, and thought that he was saying, if you tune in, you're going to see me. And then, sort of implying after, and then you're going to see the NXT talent, right? So a lot of people took it as, oh my God, Cena's just confirmed he's opening the show. And that, I think, is where it got misconstrued. That's where I think it got miscommunicated, was just simple wordplay, right? So no biggie, no drama. We've been through the mill with it. Bryan Alvarez came out and said that Cena was opening the show. I don't know if he was told that by a source or if he also misinterpreted what Cena had said. I don't know, right? Only Bryan can answer that. Maybe he did just get some outright wrong information. But, you know, he came out and said about... And when Bryan Alvarez, someone who works with Dave Meltzer, does Wrestling Observer Radio, when he comes out and makes a comment like that, you know, I pay attention. It feels to me like he's been told something, like he knows something. But on this occasion, it's not a good look, honestly, because he's come out and said that. And then Cena's come out and gone, listen, I think there's someone out there with a pretty big platform that just occasionally likes to kick the hornet's nest. And that feels like he's referring to Bryan Alvarez, because everyone was quoting Bryan, who had come out and said about Cena opening. The reason we're talking about this is because Chris has obviously missed that conversation. I'd imagine there's some in the chat that have missed that conversation as well. So the bottom line is, Cena right now is closing the show tomorrow. He's closing Saturday night's main event. And I think that is right, obviously. It doesn't make any sense to start with Cena and then watch other matches, right? People will tune out. The casual fans will tune out and carry on with their lives, right? They won't stick around and watch that NXT talent, which is the whole point of them being on the show. So you put that NXT talent first, and then you do the Cena match last. And you build to this thing. You celebrate Cena. You do video packages and countdowns and, you know what I mean? Like interviews with people, legends backstage. What does Cena mean to you? You know, you do those things as you build to the main event, which is Cena. So I'm pleased that it turns out it's that way round. In regards to the finale, I mean, honestly, Cena is the finale. Him having a few words, thanking the fans, everyone flipping crying. You know they're going to cut to people in the crowd with tears running down their face. I know that's going to happen as well. And I think that Cena waving goodbye, and maybe then the locker room coming out, whoever is there. I mean, and we know that, you know, Undertaker's going to be around. CM Punk's trying to get there. WWE have said there are going to be surprises. I don't think they mean The Rock, or like coming out and telling John, you're carrying on, right? That to me is like, I might regret saying this, but that to me is a pretty dumb suggestion, right? When Cena has been so clear that this is the last match. I think that is wishful thinking. I think it's fan booking, fantasy booking. I think that it's people trying to just not accept maybe that this is it, when Cena has consistently said, please listen to me. This is it. I mean, he was like pleading on Chris Van Vliet. He was like, I will never be able to say anything to those people that say that this is not the last match. I don't think I can really say anything. The only thing I can say is, even if you don't believe this is my, please tune in, because I don't want you to miss out on the closure that this hopefully is going to bring, right? I don't want you to think this is not it, that you don't tune in, and then it turns out you've just missed my last match. I've said all along, Saturday night's main event is where it ends. And he is so clear on that. And honestly, I got to tell you, I think it'd be a really bad look. Now, with him saying what he said, I think it'd be a really bad look for him to kind of go around saying, I'm a man of my word, I'm giving you my word, for them to sell tickets to tomorrow at inflated prices because it's Cena's last match, to bring out merch that's like special and it's all seen as, and people buying that around the world because it's his last match, to then bring out The Rock and actually swerve everyone and go, we're going to do one more. I actually think it's a bad look. I actually think that it's bad luck. I think you'll get a real backlash, actually, which is kind of surprising to say because everyone wants Cena to carry on. But I think they've gone so hard with trying desperately to tell you this is it, that if you was to do that, I think there would be a real backlash to it. I think you would see a lot of comments online, quite negative, certainly from those that bought the tickets. Like, you know, spent their money to fly in, stay in a hotel, buy tickets at inflated prices just because they're lifelong Cena fans and they want to say goodbye and then swerve. Looks like you wasted your money. No, I don't see it. I really, really, honestly don't see it. I might regret saying it. All I'll tell you is if they do it, I think it's a flipping joke, right? To have done that. To a lot of people will be, you know, out of pocket, whatever. But anyway, I don't believe that's happening. I do believe tomorrow is it for Cena. And I think that, you know, just bring out whoever's there. Have him in the entranceway. Cena, Triple H at the front. Nick Khan right by his side. All applauds him as Cena waves to the crowd. The final shot is Cena, of course. Maybe thank you, Cena, on the big screen. And you don't really need to do anything other than that. I wouldn't have anyone come to the ring. I think Kurt Angle could be there. Kurt could absolutely be in that crowd. Whoever you bring out on the stage, I mean, it's such a shame Randy's not going to be there because he's over in Saudi Arabia doing some stupid Mr. Beast thing. So, I mean, that sucks. Because he absolutely should be there. But, you know, I would imagine WWE have sent a message out to, you know, the big names, Roman and all of that. Like, I mean, Roman should be there, to be honest. The Rock should be there. But I would just have them on the entrance stage. I would not have The Rock doing anything special, going to the ring and giving John a hug and holding his arm up. This ain't The Rock's moment. This is John's moment. So, yeah, have them there to pay respect. And the way you do that is bring them on the entrance stage and applauds. The man that we are thanking and saying goodbye to is John Cena. And so, for me, the focus should be on John Cena. I think if you want to have everyone go to the ring and lift him on the shoulders and have everyone in there, that's fine. Because, again, the spotlight is, you know, John being lifted and all these legends in the ring lifting up John. That's a nice closing shot. You can do that. But I'd be really careful about not taking the spotlight off John. I think everyone's going to feel that way as well. I think everyone's going to be sort of treading careful. We don't want to, this is such an important moment. We don't want to ruin it. We don't want to, you know, take the spotlight away from this moment. So, something like that. I think whatever they do it as a group. If you're going to have people come out on stage, do it as a group. If you're going to have John on your shoulders, do it as a group. Have a group of people around, keeping that spotlight on the individual that is John Cena. So something like that is what I would think. But surprises, yeah, I mean, you got to think that Kurt is a real good chance. Edge would be interesting because Edge, I don't know that he's under a contract with AEW. I'm not sure if he is. I do believe he goes back to AEW once he's done this filming. So he might not be free. But if his contract has expired, if it has expired, and he's now just doing a film and then he's going to go back to AEW, I wonder, they might not, but they might allow Edge to be on that stage to applaud as well. Again, though, does that take a bit of spotlight away from John? It probably does, because you'll have a load of people going, did you see Edge? Did you see Edge? Which is a shame, innit? If, you know, again, you've got to be really careful with taking that spotlight away. You don't want to do John's last match and have everyone talking about Edge. So I'm going to say he is not there, right, for that reason. But he's interesting because if he's not under contract, you could do it. And yeah, you know, he just goes back to AEW next year. We don't sign him. We don't have him. He's not permanent. He's just here to pay respect. He was one of Cena's great rivals. You know, they had great matches. So, you know, you'd want Randy there. You'd want Edge there. You'd want Kurt there. There's loads of names that you'd want there that John has, you know, fought with. But a chunk of them are over in AEW, unfortunately. So, you know, a chunk of them are just not going to be possible. You know, like Daniel Bryan would be a great one, but you're not going to get him. The only reason I mention Edge is because I don't know his contract status at the moment. You know, and for those people that are like, no, they'd never do that. Even if he's not under contract, they'd never do that. Well, I'd say, do you remember when Jericho went on to the Broken Skull Sessions? He got interviewed by Stone Cold on the network with the video going up on YouTube as well. And he was an AEW star at the time, which blew our minds. We were like, what? Apparently Stone Cold said, can I interview Jericho? And it got green lit and they allowed it. And so an AEW star got interviewed on the WWE network by Stone Cold. And that happened. So, you know, if Edge is now out of contract with AEW, it's not that crazy. It's not that out of the realms of possibility to think that it could happen. I don't expect it. I don't expect it at all. But I'm just saying, it would be cool. Any of Cena's like big opponents, big rivals being there, it would be cool. Kurt, I think, is a given. I've got to think he's a given. I've got to think he's one of the absolute guarantees. Right, Mayor Pete said, can you wish me a happy birthday today? Yeah, certainly. Mayor Pete, happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Hope you're having a good one. I don't know how much of one there is left, to be honest. You know, we are obviously sneaking towards the end of the day, but yeah. It's good that your birthday was today and not tomorrow, because it would be overshadowed by John Cena. But so well done with that. Aaron said, Daze, I can't believe WWE see Bron Breakker as the next Roman. He's not that big of a star. He should be a top guy, but not number one. Oba Femi is the next Roman. Braun, I think, is like a Batista level. Well, Aaron, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. What I would say, I agree, all right? I agree. I think I'm also struggling to see him at that level. What I will say, though, is that with Braun, I've always struggled with Braun. When he was in NXT, it always felt to me like there was something missing, right? He was a guy you would see down the gym that had a good size. He was very athletic. But for me, he's always been missing that charisma, that connection. And dare I say that as a result, that aura. You know, there's many times where Braun will come out and he'll like spear someone, like come running down and spear someone. And I just, you know, oh, here's Braun. I don't, oh my God, you know, when Brock's music hits and Brock comes out, it hits. When Roman comes out, it hits. When Braun comes out, it doesn't really hit. Well, at least I don't find it hits. I find that there's a piece missing. But what I will say is Survivor Series and what happened after were pretty big for him. So I think, I can't remember when he did that promo, you know, where his voice got a bit squeaky a couple of times. But that promo was good, really good, very intense. And he didn't trip over his words. His delivery was very good. The way he got like really close to the camera, like really delivering his lines with intensity, came across really well. His delivery was good. Some of the lines that I think are being given to him are not that great, in my opinion. The stuff about AJ, I'm not a fan of, because it feels like very, very low-hanging fruit. In fact, I would say it's not even low-hanging. I'd say it's on the floor. I think if you're going into a feud with CM Punk and you're going to talk about AJ Lee, it needs to be somewhat seriously creative. Because if you're just going to mention her and say, I'm going to take your belt, I'm going to take your woman too, that doesn't make me go, oh my God, he just mentioned AJ Lee, wow. You know, for me, I'm like, I don't think you are. She's happily married. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't go with you, you know? everything seems great with her and Punk, to be honest. I don't see any danger there, right? Unless you're talking of kidnapping her, right? Unless you're talking of illegally kidnapping the woman, then I'm not sure you are going to do that. So unless you're going to get really creative with what you're going to say, then that to me is just a throwaway line. I don't see that as a kill shot, even though the live crowd are always going to go, ooh. Because he mentioned the wife. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Those kind of things don't really land with me. So I think that there was the promo, though, the delivery was very, very good. I thought when he came out and he had the World Heavyweight Championship over his shoulder, that actually looked really good on him, which I know is not a big deal, but it didn't look out of place. It didn't look silly. It wasn't like I looked at him and went, get that off your shoulder, you absolute clown, right? I saw it on his shoulder and I was like, yeah, no, actually, I do feel like that world where he has got that belt, I do feel like that world is coming very soon. So the promo had something to it. Him with the belt didn't look out of place. And as stupid as it sounds, that entrance at Survivor Series, where they, I think, filled the tunnel with a bit of smoke and had like a bit of like, it was dark with, I think, a bit of smoke on the screens. And, we go to the back and I think was in a bit of a silhouette. And he's got his head down and he's like walking forwards. Just, there was something there and you go, oh, okay. I think I might have just had a glimpse of what's been missing. I think I might have just glanced at a little flicker of aura there. I might have just seen what Bron Breakker's going to deliver consistently in a year or two. So I agree that where he is right now consistently does not feel like he's going to be the next Roman Reigns. I wouldn't feel confident in saying he'll never be that guy, right? I don't feel too confident in that because I've just seen a couple of flickers, a few moments where I've gone, oh, okay, no, that's better actually. That's better than what we've been getting. And so it does make me wonder where we're going to move to and how we're going to present him. And, is he going to level up when he gets that belt? How's he going to be as a champion when he's not chasing people? People are chasing him. Something really cool about that. There's something really cool about not having to put in the work. There's something really cool about standing still and having the world come into you. And I do wonder that if Bron's in that position and that dynamic just shifts a little, how does that look? How does it look when Bron Breakker is being hunted rather than being the hunter? Because I think being the hunter is okay, but I just would like to see it the other way around, actually. I hope he does get a run in 2026, which I'm sure he will, with that world title, because I would just like to have a look at a few things. I agree, though. I mean, Batista was still a top star, so there is a big difference in being Batista and being Roman Reigns, being one of the guys in the main event compared to being the guy, right? So I'm totally with you. But there's definitely been just a couple of flickers recently that made me go, oh, that actually feels a bit better, in my opinion, than where we've been. So let's wait and see. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, I don't think it's bad for WWE to sort of get that messaging out there, because what it's doing is it's making us question, is he of that level? If not, why? What's missing? But the more that you're comparing them, the more it's kind of associating them. So some of it could just be simple psychology where, okay, this guy we think is the same as this guy. And the fans might go, no, that's stupid. But you're also going to look at him and go, is he? Is he? Am I wrong? Is he? And so it's kind of clever in a way to get that message out. The point I'm making is it doesn't have to be true. It's still beneficial to make you think about it. So it's very clever. So I think that he's going to be obviously a big player. They've got high hopes for him. There's still plenty of things that can go wrong, but I think we can all agree that he's going to be in the mix for the next 10 years. He's going to be that sort of, Seth Rollins, that's, you know, a player, but maybe not the face. And yeah, I think you're right. I think Oba's going to be up there. I think I've got hopes for Theory. I've had hopes for Theory for a long time because he's got the look, and I think he does comedy quite well. I think he's also capable of some really good matches because I've seen them in developmental, but for whatever reason, we just don't seem to be able to get them on the main roster. You know, it's hard for me to name great Austin Theory singles matches on the main roster, but he was having great matches in Evolve, and he even had some good stuff that he was doing in NXT. I don't know. I don't know what's happened there. A busted prospect. You see them all the time in UFC. People that have gone 10-0 on the independent circuit, then they make it to the big time and, you know, they pick up a win, but then they lose, and then it's a win, and then a loss, and then another loss, and then another loss. And you're like, oh my God, I thought this guy was going to be a champion. What the hell's happening? I think that's what's happened to Theory. Theory came in with all this kind of hope and momentum. Even Vince identified him as someone of note. I mean, that's why we did the whole golden egg thing, yeah? Was because he was identified as someone of significance that we should be paying attention to. And it just, he couldn't carry the weight of it, could he? They never got the presentation right, and the match quality was never quite there. And I don't know that he ever recovered from the burial that was going toe-to-toe on the microphone with John Cena. I really hope one day they cross paths again, because they don't need a match, but they do need to exchange some words on a microphone, and John can still do that when he comes back in a suit. He can still do that. He doesn't need the match. We're not building to a match, but it would be good to see Theory get one over John Cena in the future on the microphone. That is something I would definitely look to book. Definitely. But this would be a John Cena that's kind of, you know, in a suit now and coming back, and, you know, Theory wanting to show that he is not the guy he was from a few years ago. So anyway, I've still got hope for Theory. Whether he gets there, probably not. But they must still have hope if they want to put him in the vision, if they want to put him in the biggest group, you know, and actually put him in there where we expect him to take L's and losses, for him to then rebel against that, right? And get mistreated and stand up for himself and get the crowd behind him. Like, you know, that's kind of an easy one to write. I mean, that's been done 1,000 times. Trick Williams, Javon Evans, you know, these are the sort of names that you look at. You know, maybe even a Grayson Waller. I like Grayson a lot. Again, match quality not quite there. Very charismatic. Good, really good talker. Wish he had more time on the microphone. Don't know what the flip's going on there. Don't even know where the flippy is. I mean, he's doing stuff with the New Day, but why is he not doing stuff on his own? Like, what is he in the New Day? I mean, I'm guessing, but he's not an official member, I don't believe. He's just sort of hanging out with them, but why? What's that leading to? It's not helping him at the moment. I don't get it. Creatively, they have nothing for him, do they? It's very frustrating. So yeah, interesting one, that Aaron Buds. Interesting. I agree. Associating Bron with Roman is not a negative. It's only going to be something which hopefully, by association, people question. At the moment, I would say it feels like he falls short. But have there just been a few flickers? Connor, hello, said, do we think that the Masked Man could be Austin Theory or Montez? On Raw, the Masked Man looks similar. They both look different. Yeah, the Masked Man conversation is one that's really grabbed attention. My thoughts on it are the same as they have been. I agree that second masked person could have been different, right? Looked a bit thinner. And so, yeah, could have been a different person. I don't know that it means there are two people. I think that there's every chance that when the reveal happens, it's just going to be revealed to be one person. I mean, if it is Theory, and I believe that's the person that's going to be revealed, he just might not have been around. It might have been that he was late, he got, you know, his flight wasn't there, or they didn't want to fly him in just for being a masked man. No, don't bother. We'll just put someone else in the thing. Don't worry about it. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, as stupid as it sounds, I promise you, that is a very WWE thing to happen. Where they're like, no, don't bother coming all this way. We haven't got anything for you apart from, like, you know, the mass person, and we'll just put such and such in there, and it'll be fine. And so they've put someone else in instead, and you know, the whole internet has then gone, that's not theory, and now it's become this whole, there's two. And WWE might be sat there going, oh, well, yeah, fine. If they want to start questioning and it's muddied the waters and they want to start thinking there's two, great. Great. If it makes it less obvious that it's theory, brilliant. You know, when we reveal it's theory and that's it, great. You know, it'll catch a few of you off guard now. So I'm still not leaving the fact that it could be one person and it could just be theory. But yeah, I'm open to the idea of it being two people. And if it is two people, I think one of them is theory. I don't know who the other one is. This just fan, you know, speculation. The theory one is feels solid because we know he was meant to be in that Survivor Series match. We know he was going to be on that heel team. We know that he was allegedly meant to be joining the Vision. So there's real, like, rumor. I'll say rumor. It's nothing but rumor, but there's real substance there that he was going to be a part of Survivor Series, part of the Vision. Lo and behold, a mass man then attacks, which we found out from Fightful Select, probably the best source you can get, Fightful Select, that the person playing that character was Austin Theory. So you go, well, they're in a mystery here. You can all talk about it, but I ain't going to massively waste my time, to be honest, because we know who it is, you know? And then, of course, you get someone that looks a bit different on Raw, which has then exploded the whole conversation. The whole conversation then goes, oh my God, you know, is there two, and all this kind of conversation. So, yeah, I'm very clear. I feel very good about Theory being one. Very good about it. And I'm very quite happy in the idea of there's only one. But I am very, very open to the idea of there being two. Who that second person is, don't know. And apparently today we found out, we don't know who it was, but the rumor is it was not Montez Ford that was playing that character. It was not Montez Ford. So I don't know if that changes anyone's thoughts. But I'm still very much of the opinion they absolutely could have turned around to Theory and gone, don't worry about coming in and doing nothing. We haven't really got anything for you. We'll just use, you know, such and such that's on main event tonight. We'll just get them to put it on. And then all of a sudden people have gone, oh my God, that's not the same guy. And it's all become this big thing. Ronnie said, Daze, it's embarrassing Triple H wasting Cena match on a 37-year-old with no momentum. To treat John this way in his last year was crazy. Triple H is going to be replaced soon for LA Knight's burial. R.I.P. WWE Future. Are we talking about Gunther? Because Gunther's 38. Just if we're going to make it even worse. Did you know his real name is Walter Hahn? Walter Hahn is his actual name. Walter Hahn. Yeah, look, Ronnie, I think Gunther's the right person. I explained that many, many times. I don't think this is wrong. I think this is right. I think there's a real reason for it. I think that for me, you're fine until your mid-40s. We've actually had that as a separate conversation as well. Even then, you're not done. But I would say mid-40s is where, I mean, your body's really catching up with you. It's gonna catch up at people at different times, isn't it? It's gonna catch up at people at different times. But I think it's kind of funny, Ronnie, that you're like, I can't believe that he's put a 37, 38-year-old in, and the way that he's treating LA Knight when LA Knight is 42, 43. You know, I mean, there is a big difference between the two in the ages. I mean, Gunther has got 4 years until he gets to where LA Knight is now. So 4 years in wrestling is a long time. 4 years in wrestling is the Attitude Era. That's 97 to 2001. So the idea that 4 years is nothing inconsequential, no. 4 years is something, right? So I sort of feel like Gunther in 7 years will be in his mid-40s. So 7 years of Gunther is worth investing in my opinion. I don't think we should look at people in their late 30s as being past it. I mean, you have to draw the line somewhere, yeah? And for me, I think that you are done about 45, right? It's not a hard and fast rule, just a real, loose rule, right? It's not like you get to 45 and if I was working at WWE, you're out the door. But just, if I've got to draw the line somewhere mentally around that ballpark, yeah? So if I'm looking at Gunther in his late 30s, I'm looking at someone that's going to give me 7 years. Just as a rough ballpark, I'm looking at someone that I can get 7 years out of. That to me is worth investing in. That to me is a good return. Are there better returns? Yeah, of course. Bron Breakker's 28. So, that would be a longer return. But I think Gunther is someone that, as we said earlier, can really benefit from this. I think he is someone that is going to hopefully take that final step to main event WrestleMania and get the WWE Championship and be that monster that can step in a ring with Roman Reigns, step in a ring with Cody Rhodes, and not feel too out of place. I do agree that, we fluffed him up this year, right? Almost swore. Because it was a bad year. I do agree that we fluffed him up this year, right? Because of the fact that he tapped out to Jay. But I flipping hated that. I hated him tapping out to Jay. I mean, I didn't even like him losing to Jay, but I sort of accepted it was going to happen. I hated the fact that he tapped to Jay. And then everyone was like, you tapped out to Gunther. How was that ever a positive? It wasn't. I have absolutely no idea how anything good came out of that. I never understood it at the time. I don't understand it now. And all I can say is it was a mistake. That's the only thing I can say, is that it was a mistake. And then from there, we got him back to the title. He had a short run and then lost to CM Punk with Seth cashing him. I sort of feel like that was a mistake as well. I think it would have been better for Gunther to have won and then Seth cash in, but then you've got a heel cashing in on a heel. But so to avoid that, we had to have him lose at SummerSlam. So technically, he taps out to Jay at WrestleMania. We rebuild him so he can lose to CM Punk at SummerSlam. And I get why we did it, because Seth then cashes in. Seth cashing in on Punk is better than Seth cashing in on Gunther. But it does mean that Gunther lost clean to Punk at SummerSlam, as well as tapping out to Jay. I completely agree. I think the way we used him this year sucked. But that's why him beating Cena makes sense, because he's in need of a boost. He's in need of a push. He's in need of momentum. And if we're going to do some big things with him in 2026, this could be a real good way. Him winning that tournament, then beating John Cena, in front of the eyes of the world, is definitely going to give him something. So I understand the frustration of LA Knight not being pushed. I do get that. A lot of you have been very vocal about that, and we actually did a separate video on that. But I don't know, man. I can't really say anything that I've already said, and I know where I stand on the Gunther thing. I feel all right with it. Right, SmackDown is beginning. Let's get rid of the poll. The poll is Ilja is going to win 79%. Tommaso is going to win 21%. So we have begun with SmackDown. we turn our attention from Cena to a show that's sure to feature a lot of Cena. A lot of video packages of Cena. Mercedes got asked a question, who's your greatest rival? She said, definitely Bailey or maybe WWE in general, and it's booking. That's actually a really good line. Richard said, Daze, will the masked man be revealed at Saturday night's main event? I don't think so. I think that show's all about John. Doesn't make sense to, you know, reveal. We don't want to be talking about other things, really. We just want to talk about John and what John's done and just focus on that. So revealing the masked person, there's not even a place to do it. Is the division on that show? Tomorrow is all about John. So I'm very confident, no, we do not reveal tomorrow. Okay, right, we are underway. We've got Corey and we've got Michael. Talking about John. Edward, hello. Said Daze. Breaking news. Okay, we're talking about Drew. Okay. An official invitation to Drew McIntyre. Okay, there's Cody. Good reaction. Oh, there's Nick. Nick's still so big, isn't he? Look at the size of him. All right, Drew is claiming an unsafe work environment. It's a seriously nice watch that he's got. Cody screws up the piece of paper and is making his way out into... Why did he just leave the belt lying around? I mean, I feel like someone would have stolen that. He just had the belt lying around in just outside of Gorilla. I don't think that's a very responsible champion. Just to leave his belt lying around. Right, let's go to the opening. Here's Cody. There we go. Drew sounded like Becky with lawyers, said Spawny Boy. She's been so entertaining. She's been so good online. Okay, Cody doing his entrance. If I was a wrestler, I would absolutely have stolen that belt to have made big money, says Matt. I'd have stole the belt. Mate, that'd be on eBay right now. With Christmas just round the corner. Selling the actual... I mean, granted, you'd have to sell it pretty quick because you'd get tracked, but... I'd have it on eBay. Cody making his way down to the ring. He's got to be careful. He could end up making a major mistake. Oba Femi. Okay, Cody making his way down to the ring. Longest running episodic, said Captain Whoopsie. It felt like the belt was sidelined for War Games, but now it's back, said Wild Dart Will. That's true, actually. It was a bit of a shame with Survivor Series that, like, all the championships just felt like... I mean, the only one we got was, well, Intercontinental and Stephanie's. But, I mean, yeah, the top two men's... Obviously, Jade's not around. That was a bit of a shame. Okay, Cody Chance. Travis said, saw you like my post about Roman and Cody in Street Fighter. Yeah, I thought they looked good. Travis, thank you. I thought they... I thought the posters looked really good, and they were both on stage, weren't they, saying a few words? Look at that big Chelsea badge. What do you want to talk about? Let's talk about Drew McIntyre. Let's. Drew says this is an unsafe working environment. Well, it probably is, because you jumped him in his car. I mean, he's probably not wrong. You could probably... Every wrestler ever could probably file that. Drew has tiny feet. That's what that sign says. I don't sweat you, Drew McIntyre. If I was your boss, I would fire you. I can whip your ass. Okay. Okay. I'm here for this. Bum, bum. Probably should have expected it, but I thought he'd be in the crowd, actually. I didn't think he would be walking out. A lot of people ain't going to know who this guy is, but they're going to know real soon. The ruler. Oh, but this is a big opportunity for him to open the show, isn't it? Big opportunity. Oba making his way down. The NXT champ is here. The champ is here. Oba Femi climbing up the stairs, looking really... Look at that. Oh, my God. He just... It just works, doesn't it? Here he is in the ring, stepping up. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Mates. Get him on the main roster now. He has got main eventer written all over him. That little moment there, that face-to-face looks so good. Oba takes the microphone from Cody. We've got a few Oba chants. Yeah, Cody was talking a lot about Drew. Look at the size. The NXT champion is in the building tonight. This is where he needs to cut one of those really fiery promos that he does so well. Yes. 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 Okay. Okay. I don't know how they're going to book this. I really don't know how they're going to book this. There's a few Oba chants. I'm sure Cody wins. But it can't be easy. It's got to be really competitive. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, respect. Yes. Let's go. Very good work by Oba. Very good work. Very excited for this. Cody goes, that's a John Cena quote. For anyone that missed that, by the way. Your time is up, my time is now. Well, that's a John Cena quote. Amazing. He really knows his wrestling history, Cody Rhodes. He was straight on that. Nothing gets past him. He's like a goalkeeper, like a great goalkeeper. You're going to have to get out of bed a lot earlier than that to get one past Cody Rhodes. Well, there we go. Oba Femi comes down, confronts Cody in a pretty fun open. I don't know that either guy had much in the way of, like, killer lines. Oba's promo with Ricky at the Madison Square Garden show was better. But still, this was absolutely fine. It will have introduced him to a chunk of people that might not have seen him before. Okay, Terror Twins. There's Mommy. Okay, Alexa and Charlotte. Alexa obviously in action tonight against Lash Legend. Lash Legend looks bigger than Nia. That's cray-cray, isn't it? Cray-cray. Oh, there's Ilja. Richard, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Richard Worley. Here's Fraxium. They're just having a word with Ilja. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to punch him in his place. Ilja talking about how John never backed down from a bully, never backed down from a fight. Pain shall entertain him. Okay. Ilja then, all fired up. Tommaso coming out. We're going to open with a banger, mate. We're going to open with a banger. Ciampa versus Dragunov. United States Championship on the line. Fun open with Cody talking about Drew. Oba coming out confronting him. I like it. Oba just looks like he belongs. Really hope that match is going to showcase just how exciting of a prospect he is. I mean, I expect him to lose, but I hope like, Drew absolutely could get involved. Oba could win, thanks to Drew's interference. But, yeah, that was fine. Good. And then we move on to this. James said, I think Oba fits SmackDown perfectly. Madison said, Daze, will you wake up my favorite husband? I wanted to get him up. He won't wake up for me. Please help, said Madison. Madison, I don't understand. You've got a favorite husband. How many husbands have you got? Why have you got a favorite one? The hell's going on, Madison? The hell's going on? Madison's husband, you need to get up because I think there's a situation you need to be aware of. Apparently there are multiple of you. But good news, you are the favorite. So every cloud. Benny said, what sets Oba apart from Apollo Crews? I had no idea he made his debut for AAA last week. I think Oba's bigger, to be honest. I think Oba has that sort of presence as a result. His entrance music, the way that he kind of walks down. I think Apollo's got a good muscle mass to him, but I don't think he's got the height. I don't even think he's got necessarily the girth, the width. I think Oba is, in my mind, I'd have to see them side by side, but in my mind, Apollo, Oba. And I think it might not be by much, but it's enough whereby WWE have given him the monster treatment, you know? That kind of entrance music, the presentation of him, like, staring and marching down, like, it all builds that aura, doesn't it? I mean, it's really, when you've got that sort of size and WWE help exaggerate it, enhance it, you know, add to it and build on that and create that aura, like, you're set up for success, really, you know? I mean, to be honest, if we look at what Oba just delivered there as work, it was good. It was fine. It wasn't anything mind-blowing. He's not like one of the greatest on the microphone. I mean, he just came out and said, I am the ruler. You know, I am the mountain that you cannot conquer. It was fine. Match quality is pretty good for Oba as well. I mean, I would say that his matches are really fun to watch. I think they're solid. I think they're good. I think they're fun. Tend to, you know, kind of go in wondering if it's going to be around that 4-star range. It's pretty good with that, and I think that helps. But I think it's his aura that they've nailed, which means that, you know, when he comes out, he does have that, oh, let's go. A bad man just arrived. And Apollo never had that. For some reason, they could never quite find that for him. But I don't think they were really looking for that for him. I don't think they were trying to play on that. So Oba, when he just got in the ring, I was really interested to see, was he going to be about the same height as Cody? Like, what size-wise, how would it look? I was really impressed. Because he was just that little bit bigger. I've got it here, actually. If we go over, you can see, for those that are at work or whatever, there you can see Oba, Cody. You can see he's got a good inch or so over Cody there. But it's not only just that little bit taller, he's just got that bit more kind of girth to him as well, you know? So he just absolutely looks like he belongs, doesn't he? He looks like a mountain, that person. If you didn't know anything, he's got the belt. He's bigger. He looks like the person that person has got to overcome. He looks like the mountain that needs to be conquered. Whereas that's actually our world champ, our top guy, and along with Roman. And that's the top guy in our developmental system. But if you didn't know wrestling, I mean, he's got it, isn't he? You just look at him and go, wow, yeah, he looks great. He looks great. Okay, Tommaso is in the ring. Here comes Ilja. Lone Wolf said the one that deserved a farewell tour was the Undertaker, not overrated Cena. Ooh. I think it was a shame. I think Undertaker was. I think the problem with Undertaker is that he had gone beyond his body allowing him to do a tour. So I think Undertaker, watching that documentary that came out a few years ago, it seems like he, for a long time, was chasing that perfect match to go out on. He was chasing that match that he could go out on, that he could be proud of. That's what he wanted, because I think he knew his body was shot. It was over. It was taking him about 12 months to get ready for the next WrestleMania. He'd do a Mania, and then it would be a 12-month process to get his body ready for the next year. A farewell tour was not possible at the time that he retires. And it's such a shame we get the pandemic, because originally it was going to be AJ Undertaker in front of fans. And we don't know how that would have gone. But I think in 2020, the person that could have got the best match out of whatever Undertaker had left was AJ Styles. He was the right opponent at that time. Could they have put on a great match and Undertaker gone out at WrestleMania 36 in front of fans? That would have been the dream. But of course, the pandemic robbed us of that, and we went cinematic. That match is so well received, the Boneyard match. People loved it. The Undertaker sort of knew. That's where I go. This is where I draw the line. So I think a lot of the reason why we couldn't do that for Taker is that his body is just... it's crumbled. Okay, these two are just firing shots at each other. Wow, big boot there by Ilja. Down goes Tommaso. And, look at this. Look at that. Bam! Mate, he kicked him right in the face. Right in the flipping face. Love that for him. Shot coming in there by Tommaso. The future is now. The future is here. The future is me. Ooh. Drop kick right in the knee of Dragunov. And that could have been a disaster, to be honest, because Dragunov's knee was planted, so it didn't have anywhere to go. Right now, we've got Tommaso with Ilja. Ilja looks to be okay, but there was real concern there as there's a big knee in the midsection by Ilja. Against the ropes. Big boot. Lovely work there by Ilja. Right now, we've got a big boot coming in by Ilja as Tommaso goes to the outside. Okay, Ilja on the outside. He's looking to charge round. Oh, that was a bit dumb. That was a little bit dumb, to be honest. He just tried to dive into Tommaso, ended up throwing himself into the ring steps. That was dumb. He's a silly man. Tommaso. Oh, mates. Suplex by Tommaso. Suplexing Ilja into the ring steps. I think we're going to stay with the action. But there we go. Shot coming in by Tommaso. Edward said, do you think you'll be crying tomorrow? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not. Honestly, I'm not a big crier. I think if I do, I wouldn't be surprised if the emotion of it just gets me a little bit teary. Just, like you can detect a little something in the eye. But no, I'm not going to be sitting here bawling. But, I have a little shed a single solitary tear. I don't know. I don't think you can really go into it saying, or I can't go into it saying that I am or I'm not. I'm certainly not looking to. I just hope it goes well. Honestly, I just hope it goes well. I just hope that it's going to be everything that people are hoping it's going to be. I hope it's going to be the sending off that he deserves. And I really think it is. I think it is. I think there's a lot of pressure on Gunther and a lot of pressure on that match to to live up to such a big expectation. But I mean, just as I said, how AJ can like bring out the best in Taker in 2020, I feel like Gunther is, I don't know that he's top, but I think that he has the ability to bring the best out in his opponents. I think he'll give John Cena that match that Cena deserves. Kick coming in. Inzaguri misses there by Ilja. Joseph said, there's no crying in wrestling. That's true. That's true. We love wrestling because people hurt each other and there's blood. And people get hurt. That's why we love wrestling. There's no crying in wrestling. Right now, Tommaso going over with Ilja, middle of the ring. Big time, hello. Daze with Theory. He looks marketable. He's still young. Visually, he looks like a modern-day Cena. I see that, yes. If his contract's up, you don't want AEW to unlock something like they did with Tony Storm and Swerve. I agree with that. I think that's a great point. I agree. I think it's easy to look at Theory and scoff and just go, Theory ain't done nothing. But I feel like the potential is genuinely there. He's got a great look. I think that if you work with him on his... Well, you can script his promo. So he can have it scripted. I mean, his promo delivery, he just doesn't get much opportunity. So give him opportunity where he's cutting promos in the ring. Let's work on it. I mean, the only way you're going to improve is by working on it. But to be honest, I don't even know where he is with his promos. Because when do we ever see him cutting them? I mean, we did nothing with A-Town Down Under. We did nothing with them. We have wasted years of his career. Absolutely wasted them, thrown them away. Don't know that we've made any forward progression. Very frustrating. So, you know, if we are going to make a move now, good. Is it going to work? I don't know. But do I want to try? Yeah, I definitely want to try. I definitely want to try. So I agree with you big time. Kick coming in there by Tommaso. Big boot coming back there by Ilja. Knee coming in there by Tommaso. We're back from commercial break. It's been a really fun match so far. It's been, you know, very hard hitting, as you can imagine. Ilja is going toe to toe here with Tommaso. Tommaso down, Ilja down. The build-up for this had been coming for a while. Chop coming in there by Ilja. Chopping away. Ciampa on his knees. Big knee coming into the chest there by Ilja. Needs to be careful there. Anything with the knee. Gotta be careful. Another big knee there by Ilja. Look at that. German, but keeps a hold of Tommaso. Ilja, it's those little moments that I love from Ilja where, you know, he's holding on and you can see him like, no. I'm not letting you go. We're going again. You know, it's just those moments where he looks so pained and he's digging deep. Like, even now, like, he slaps the knee and he's like, You wanted this, Ciampa. One more time, the crowd are chanting. He's hit 2 of those Germans in a row. Wonderful. He's just always working, and he's so good. Elbows coming in. If Tommaso Ciampa's on the show, I'm watching. And I'm excited. Picks him up. Look at that. He tried to grab Tommaso, pick him up. I don't know what he was going for. I don't know if he'd actually worked anything out. He could always do a gut buster or something. Big chop coming in. Slap there by Ilja. Well, that'll do. Picks him up. Hurls him down. Sometimes you don't have to do pretty moves. You just got to do effective moves. Mate, that was sick. That was absolutely sick. It was like a power bomb, but he just sort of like picked him up and just dumped him down. But the way that Tommaso landed, kind of on his shoulders. Looked amazing. Right now, we got another shot coming in there by Ilja. Big boot coming in. Ilja goes down. Apparently, Mercedes Moné was asked about her thoughts on Cena retiring. Oh. Ciampa driving Ilja in the hardest part of the ring. Mercedes' response was, goodbye. Goodbye. Headbutts coming in there by Ilja. Ilja climbing up. Ilja, drop kick. Oh, look at the cell. Look at the cell. He's holding his knee. His knee is all bandaged up. It's got the brace on it. Jesus, please. I mean, I don't know if he's selling. He probably is. He probably is just selling. But I just want to grab him and go, just be careful, mate. Try and not do anything that involves the knee like that. If it's causing you that much pain, don't do it, Ilja. Just do clotheslines, Ilja. Come on, mate. I mean, to be honest, it's really hard to wrestle full stop if your knee ain't working properly. I mean, I'm sure it is just selling, but he is so fantastic at his selling. He is so fantastic at making you feel like he is really struggling. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Ilja. Throwing in blows to Tommaso. Tommaso on the edge of the ring. It's a war. It's a battle. Both of these are giving whatever they've got, whatever they have, to try and get this victory. Ilja climbing up. Looking out at the fans. Looking out at the crowd. Is grabbing Tommaso. Tommaso going up, looking for a superplex. Big superplex coming in. He's going to try and... mate, if he did that, that would be so crazy. I can't even imagine it, actually. Mentally, I couldn't even imagine him doing that. Where he grabs someone the size of Tommaso, picks them up, gets them up in the air. I mean, it's one of those... That would be one of those unbelievable moments that I suppose Ilja could do. But if he could have, like, deadlifted Tommaso, got him up, and then delivered a superplex, oh my God. Imagine if he did that to Gunther. Imagine that. Deadlifted him. Picked him up into a superplex. Be sick. Mate, single leg Boston Crab is moody. I genuinely think the single leg Boston Crab hurts more than the Boston Crab. Because I feel like you're putting all of that into one knee rather than both. You're pulling back, but you're putting everything into that one knee. Oh, I always think it looks so moody. I think you can get extra torque. Big boot coming in there by Ilja. Going over, grabbing Tommaso, deadlift, picking him up. He's got him up. Lovely work. Lovely. Gets him up to there, holds him, chucks him over. Both guys are down. Ilja's still selling. Tommaso is down. We've got a slight let's go Ciampa. Not many people, but people applauding away. Chop coming in there by Ilja. Chop coming back by Tommaso. Headbutt there by Ilja. Shot coming back there by Tommaso. Ilja with a shot. Okay. Oh, chop. Another chop there by Dragunov. Driving Tommaso back in the corner. Throwing in these chops. Rapid fire right now by Ilja. Does feel like the match just needs to kind of move into that slightly quickened pace. But, well, just to say that, I think we're going to commercial break again, you know. Are we? Or are we coming out of commercial break? Oh, I think we were coming out of commercial break. So that would make sense. Just as I said, I think we need to increase the pace. It turns out we've been in commercial break for a few minutes, which would explain the slower pace. And now we are quickening the pace. Oh, my God. How crazy is that? We are so finely tuned that we know when they need to pick it up, and it turns out they're at flipping commercial. Oh, look at that old boy in the front row. Oh, my God. Who is that guy? I love that guy. That guy's my spirit animal. There's an old guy, old man, old boy in the front row. Oh, Jesus Christ. I love that guy. Ah. Ilja Dragunov's got... Oh, he's busted his nose. Ilja's busted his nose. We've got blood. We've got blood. Yes. Let's go. Look at that. The air raid crash off the top. Blood on coming out the nose of Ilja. Blood on the body of Tommaso. And a crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." There's an old guy in the front row, loving it. I don't know if he's loving it, but I'm going to say that he's loving it. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome," as Tommaso is the first to get back up to his feet. Sign in the crowd says, "Chop me, queen. Chop me, queen." Well, this queen right now is firing up. Ilja over in the corner. We're seeing some real graps in this one as Ilja comes forward. Slap coming in there by Ilja. Tommaso with a big chop of his own. These two really going at it. Swinging away at each other right now. Look at this. It's Slapomania. Whoa, whoa, Slapomania. Dragon screw. Down goes Ilja. Tommaso goes back. He's exposing the knee. Tommaso. Headbutt by Ilja. Ciampa with a German. Ilja, though, rolls up, gets up. Bang! Headbutt. Tommaso goes down. He's in position for the H-bomb. His face is full of blood. Look at him selling. He's all over the roads. No. No. Johnny has come down. Oh, no. Candice. Candice. Big knee. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Ilja. Candice can't believe it. DIY trying to steal this away from Ilja. 1, 2. Oh, Ilja gets it. Ilja gets it. There's blood everywhere. Wow. Yeah, I agree, Michael. I agree. Wow is all you can say as Ilja Dragunov retains that championship, but he's getting murked by DIY. Fraxium said earlier they'll come and make the save if needed. Here they come. No, it's Carmelo. Carmelo. I really thought that was Fraxium that were going to come down. They said earlier they would help out. Well, where the hell are they? Some friends they are. We'll help you if you need us. Where are you? I'll tell you what, though, I'm not down on Carmelo coming down. Are we going to get Melo and Ilja against DIY? The losers win again. I don't know what that's in relation to. Melo helps up Ilja. Okay. Well, there we go. I kind of like the not normal on the back, but I'm not sure about the losers win again on the front. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. It's probably fashion, and I don't know fashion. I know John Cena, though. Wow. Wow. Let's go over and get a poll, shall we? It's not my time to perform anymore, says John CC. Yeah, that's it. That's goodbye, John. How do I get that rapping guy that was on the bus out of you? Because that's what he needed. He was the prototype. It wasn't working. Looked like he was going to get fired. And then he rapped on the bus. Stephanie heard it. And it's funny, isn't it? I mean, this is why when people are like, oh, that person sucks and all this kind of stuff. It's like, sometimes you just need to find the thing that's going to make them. John Cena sucked when he was the prototype. But we found the thing that made him a goat. We don't need to find anything with this young goat. Here's Javon. Oh, here's the Miz. Have we given up on the Miz and Carmelo feuds? They just don't seem to be, like, in each other's orbit anymore. Don't call me Unk. Are we going to get Miz against Javon tonight? I feel like we are. You want to throw your hands tonight? You let me know. Okay, so it looks like we are going to get that match. Oh, here we go. Bit of Wyatt 6. We're here. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with we're here. We're here. Right, Daze, I wish they would make a match of Candice and Nikki, says Jordan. That would be good for Nikki just to have a match, to be honest. Blimey now. Poor girl. Just stands around at ringside, doesn't she? Not getting much in the way of opportunity. So, I mean, I don't know if she's, like, secretly hiding an injury or something, but... WWE have set up Saturday Night Main Event post-show on YouTube after 2 hours of the start. I don't think they'll stretch it unplanned, said Sarthak. No, I mean, I think the report of... I mean, they can always delay that and change the times. No problem to amend it if it's clear that things are running over. But, no, I think that show is going to be 2 hours, right? And they're going to try and make it 2 hours. But I think the point they're making when they say there's no hard out is we're going to try and get it to 2 hours. If we are going to overrun, no problem. The bottom line is John gets whatever John wants. If we go 2 hours 5, 2 hours 10, 2 hours 15, ain't no one crying about it, right? I mean, at some point we need to draw a line. I think you'll see those 3 matches pretty much done in hour 1. I think the whole of hour 2 will be for John. And I think, you know, John's a professional. If you say to John Cena, ideally we'd like to be out in 2 hours. So, you know, how much time would you like to speak? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? What do you want, right? We can work that accordingly. And listen, if John needs that little extra few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, absolutely fine. It's not on TV. But I think some, not everyone, but some have looked at the fact there's no hard out and they've gone, right, what are the matches can we get on? It's like, no, I don't think that's what we're looking at. I think we're quite happy with what we've got. I think we're trying to do 2 hours. You got to work to some sort of time, haven't you? You got to work to some sort of idea. And I think Saturday night's main event is a 2-hour show. So it just makes sense that we work to that. But if we go 2:05, 2:10, 2:15, absolutely no drama. We're not on TV anywhere. We can go as long as we want on Peacock. We can go as long as we want on YouTube. There ain't nothing needing to follow us. It's not like when Goldberg retired and we were on TV, so we had to be done by a certain time. You know, which does kind of suck for Goldberg. I understand that. But, you know, thankfully that is not the situation for John. So, lovely. Yeah. Right. I'm hoping they don't mess this up like they did the Goldberg one, said Jennifer. It's no matter if you like him or hate him. WWE did him dirty, cutting him off with like some thank yous, 3 words in. Yeah, I agree. They won't. I don't know why the timing was so wrong for Goldberg. I don't know if they put on a bit too much stuff onto that show. I think they did, to be honest. I think they needed to start that match pretty much the same. I think we'll start the Cena one, which is going to be around the start of hour 2. And yeah, I honestly, I think there was a bit of a disrespect there to Goldberg. I don't think intentionally, but the truth is that if that was John Cena, they would have ensured there was more time. Goldberg's not as important as John is, but even so, I think there is, even if it wasn't intentional, I think there was still unintentional disrespect. Again, I want to say it was unintentional. I really don't believe it was intentional. But I think it was like, yeah, this will be fine. We'll do the match. He'll have, 5 minutes after or something. But the way, I don't know if the match overran or what happened, but he just ended up with no time, did he, at the end? But thankfully, I really do not foresee that being the case in this situation for Cena. Okay, here they come. Here they come. The Wyatt Six are making their way out. Talk about a group in need of a boost. Talk about a group in need of some momentum. I mean, we're here is good to see. And, we go to commercial break, we come back, and here is the full group with Howdy. Wyatt Six making their way down to the ring. They're in a feud at the moment with the MFTs. Metal Mama said, oh my God, they're actually there. They're actually here. Sean Reset, shout out to you. James, of course, hello. J14, hello, my friend, said the tag titles finally returning to television. Wrestling Void, hello, buds. Said Daze, hope you well, and you. I'm just here to say I am not ready for tomorrow because Cena was my childhood hero, and seeing him leave, I just don't know what the product's going to look like. Well, I think the past few years have shown us. I don't think Cena has been that active in 2022, 2023, 2024. He's probably had a match or 2. So we've not been relying on John in those years. I think the product looks like Roman, Cody, Punk, Braun, Vision, NXT call-ups, Wyatt Six, Rhea, EO. That's where we are. The product will be fine and has been fine. And actually, the Bloodline story was incredible. And that was Roman and, it's going to be okay. John would want you to know that it's going to be okay. Okay, here's Howdy then, sat in a chair in the middle of the ring. We do. We have the power. Your real family has turned their backs on you? You use and abuse those you claim to love. You're out of your mind when you say the MFTs run SmackDown. The MFTs run nothing whilst the Wyatt Six have these, and they show the tag titles. Howdy goes down. Okay. Howdy laughs. I'm guessing, is it only Howdy that's going to talk? Wow, look at that. Immediately, Nikki took her mask off. As soon as that music hit, her mask was off, her head turned. Look at that. It's kind of caught in her hair a little bit. Solo's music hits. Rowan just had a little glance behind. They're not there, though. Look at these freaks. We're going to do things my way. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's run. Yeah. Good line. Good line. So they're coming for those tag titles next week. I really want to see like a 4-on-4. Maybe it might have to be 3-on-3, like Hell in a Cell match with MFTs and Wyatts. You're not going to be able to have Nikki in that, but okay. I actually thought that promo was not bad. It was kept quite short. There was a couple of moments where you're like, oh, this might fall apart here. You could hear people in the crowd just chatting, and I was like, oh, not sure, not sure. But his delivery was quite good towards the end, and they kept it short. Here's Rhea. Me and Io are next, says Rhea. Okay, Alexa Lash up next. Oh, a little graphic for Alexa. They've not done that before. Okay. What did we think? What did we think? What did we think? Thoughts? Valithriel said Cena lifted Edge and Show Shock or not? When he lifted those two, double AA, was it a shock or not? No, I don't think it was a shock. I think that it was a moment. I think it was like, oh, that's cool. I don't think it's a shock. I mean, we know how strong Cena is. I'm just trying to think back to when I saw it, how I reacted to it. I remember him going for it and sort of thinking, like, if he can do that, that'd be sick. And he does it. I'm not sure I would use the word shock. You know, shock is like the end of the streak. Shock is John Cena turning heel. I don't know, seeing Cena show off his strength, which is he's always kind of, I mean, just look at him. He's absolutely flipping jacked. So I'm not sure I'd say shocked, but I would say hell of a moment. Fantastic moment. Mackenzie said, I'm going to watch AEW Collision live in Cardiff. What, are they in Cardiff, are they, Mackenzie? Is Collision in Cardiff, or are you watching it in Cardiff? I would say, obviously, Saturday night's main event is the show I would imagine most fans are going to be watching over Collision. But if you're an AEW fan, if they're in Cardiff and you go in, then that makes sense. But yeah, I think Saturday night's main event is the one that the wrestling world is going to have its eyes on. But if it's in Cardiff and you are going, then have a fantastic time. Mad Dog said they've recolored the mask and the dreads are there, says Mad Dog. Mad Dog, thank you. And David said the Wyatts need a sixth to make 6. Who do you add? Well, the spelling of it is 6, isn't it? The Wyatt 6, S-I-C-K-S. So you don't need 6. I would say, though, that when we were going through Nightbirds, we had the letters for all the members. For the missing member began with A. And then in the code, we had the last letter for each member. And the last letter for the missing member was S. It's Alexa Bliss. So I think everyone is just waiting for when she's going to be joining them. I don't think there's a rush. And even if you want to go down the road of there being 6 members, I think a lot of people would also say that, you know, Bray is still very much a part of this group. This is his group. And that he can be that 6th member. And I think that's nice as well. I think that's great. The idea that Bray and Bray's presence and his spirit and, you know, he is that kind of missing member. So you can look at it lots of different ways. But do we expect Alexa Bliss to join this group eventually? Yes, we have been since the moment she arrived, and even before that. We actually thought, or a lot of people thought, she was going to come back and go straight into the group, but they've not done that. But yeah, totally expecting her to find her way into that group eventually. So, David, shout out to you, butts. Okay, we've got Tom Brady just saying a few words to John Cena. I don't know who this is. Who's that guy? I know who that guy is. Snoop Dogg, Snoop Doggy Dogg. Snoop Dizzle. Oh, there's Peyton Manning. Blimey now. Jelly Roll. We've got all the greats. Jimmy Fallon. Well, there we go. David said Rhea goes heel on Damian and could go with Cross tonight. What, Karrion Kross? Do you mean Aleister Black? Or do you think Kross is coming back tonight? David, you've gone off-road there, bud. David, currently you're off-roading. Here's Sol Ruka. Sol Ruka. There is Bayley. She's wearing a John Cena shirt. You see that guy next to Bayley? You've got to make the most of your minutes. If you're going to get TV time, make it count. Okay, here's Alexa. Da 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 da. Dun dun dun. Coming out with Charlotte. It's a hell of a look that Charlotte's got on. She's kind of like got jorts. I feel like it's a Cena tribute, but then she's wearing heels. I feel that's like Charlotte's tribute to John. David said, when it happens when you don't watch weekly. I did mean Aleister Black. Right. Got you, buds. Got you. I just thought you was taking a big swing. I thought you were going big with your predictions. I'm telling you, tonight, Karrion Kross comes back. I respected it. I was like, mate, there's no point coming in just having a little prediction or so. You might as well swing for the fences. And that's what you did. But yeah, I must admit, Aleister Black makes a bit more sense. Here's Lash Legend. Okay. This is different music. That's different music. That sounds like different music. I still don't think it's great. Or at least it's got something more to it. Yeah. That's I'm going to go on record to say that's different music. I'm trying to remember what... I remember her music being absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious, her other theme. This one's better. It's better. I still don't love it, but it's definitely better. It's noticeably better. Right, we are underway. It is Lash versus Alexa. David said, like the mighty Casey, I'll probably strike out. Well, David, you swung for the fences. I applaud it. You went big. You ended up dialing it back a little bit, but I think it was, as you said, slight miscommunication, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Guys, I said I thought that Ilja against Tommaso would be in that great 60 range. It's actually come out as great 72. But that's the confidence you can have when Ilja Dragunov is wrestling. Okay, right now we've got Lash in there with Alexa. They really do like Lash. You keep hearing about how they see a lot in her. Big clothesline. Down goes Alexa. Kick out by Alexa. Are they chanting Lexi? I think they're chanting Lexi. Lexi. Lash Legend going for the cover. Kick out there by Alexa. Or Lexi, as we're apparently now calling her. Lexi. Lexi. Alexa over in the corner. Big boot there by Alexa. Charlotte on the outside. Right now she's got Alexa up, and I think Alexa with a bit of a reversal there. Okay, shot coming in there by Alexa. I find these matches a bit frustrating because, I mean, this one not so much because it's Lash Legend in a singles match on SmackDown. But yeah, these flipping matches that are basically just to promote the tag division. Why aren't we doing tag matches? Do you know the best way to promote a tag division? Tag matches? Whoa! Kick there by Charlotte. Did she do that in heels or did she take... She must have took the heels off. Big boot. Yeah, she did. Like, damn, did she just super kick her with heels? Imagine that coming at your face. Alexa. Lash Legend. Grabbing Alexa. Oh, looking to put Lexi away. The Lash extension. There we go. The Lash extension gets it done for Lash Legend. I love all of Lash Legend's moves. The Lash extension, the fake lashes. Where's Charlotte? Ah, Nia was like, I don't know who this is, but put some deodorant on, you stink. I think Charlotte's still down on the outside. She wasn't able to come to Alexa's aids. It's a win for Lash. We're backstage with Aleister and Zelina. Here's Aleister saying a few words. If Damian is so keen to drag his friends to hell with him, then so be it. Okay. Someone says, oh, Cena equals overrated. Damn. We got a Cena hater in the crowd. Cena equals overrated. Oh my God, this woman's back. I haven't seen her in ages. The progressive woman. We haven't been doing this recently, have we? Progressive. With the progressive woman. That for some reason is like... got the American football strips on and is all like... Right, they're showing Javon and Leon. I'm guessing this is just setting us up for Javon Miz. But these two are going to be in action tomorrow. I feel like they're going to turn Alexa into the next Bailey and they're going to have her lose weekly, says Brendan. Aleister looks so much like a cult leader from Far Cry 5. It creeps me out, said Alex. Here's the Miz. So it is going to be Miz against Javon. Mate, never a chore to watch Javon. It's a weird show, this, isn't it? Opening up with Cody and Oba. Now we're going to watch Javon in action. The Miz is underrated, says that sign. So John Cena's overrated. The Miz is underrated. We've been rating all these wrestlers wrong. SmackDown is officially returning to 3 hours on January 2nd. Start your celebrating right now. I'm sure everyone's going to be thrilled. I'm sure no one's going to complain at that news. Okay, we got the Jade Cargill advert now. Let's go. Right, we are at commercials. Mayor Pete said that sign isn't wrong. Mayor Pete, a big fan of The Miz. Benny said, Daze, I think they had the mask guy revealed to be Randy back on SmackDown vs. Raw 09, just to keep things consistent. Joseph said it would be interesting to see Aleister and Zelina go after those AAA mixed tag. Oh, yeah, I like that idea. Imagine the damage that Aleister Black could do to that AAA roster. I like that. Amarula said, I don't think Jade will have this title for long. Her matches have been pretty boring. Uj said, The Miz turned heel champ 2010. Maddie said, I was not expecting a mixed tag team match to main event, but I'm not upset about it. Rhino Rob said, Daze thinks wrestling fans will complain because of change, like they're a bunch of fickle crybabies. Oh, wait, they are. Now, I just know that people are really not thrilled at the 3 hours. I just know that, like, the general consensus is that WWE can't book 3 hour shows. And the reaction to this third hour coming back has been pretty negative. I mean, I'd like to be optimistic and say, well, it's going to give us more time to, you know, tell stories and all that sort of stuff. But when we had a 3 hour SmackDown before, people were like, God, this would be so much better if it was 2 hours. And then when it's 2 hours, I think it's kind of okay now, actually. But when it first went to 2 hours, people are like, oh, we haven't got enough time. Everything's too rushed. So then people wanted it to go back. Maybe not 3. Feels like 2.5 is the sweet spot. And it's funny, isn't it, that they can go as long as they want on Netflix for Raw. And what's the time they've chosen? They could have an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, 3.5. They could have any time they want. Netflix, I don't think, really care. They just want the weekly short show that people are going to tune in for, right? As long as Raw gets good ratings, doesn't really matter if it's an hour, 2 hours, right? So they could choose anything. They've chose 2.5. 2.5. So that says to me that WWE see 2.5 as being the sweet spot. So it's just annoying, isn't it? How SmackDown's either 2 hours, like it is tonight, or next year it's going to 3. But because it's on TV, we can't get it to 2.5 because it just doesn't work for the schedule. So there we go. That's why I predict that wrestling fans are going to be a bit like, but hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it is going to work better than what it has before and that they can now book 3 hours successfully. So I'm optimistic. Only because I choose to be. Not really out of any sort of reasoning. So, yeah, they have announced that early January 2nd, we're going to go 3 hours. 3 hour shows on the road to WrestleMania is fine as long as it's not full of filler, says Simply Simon. And it actually helps build those matches. Do you know, you're right. And I think part of the problem this year was that the road to WrestleMania was so dull. I mean, show after show, people were really down on Raw and SmackDown. So having that extra time, but then not doing anything with it. Well, you've got the extra time now, so make sure you do something with it. Networks don't like 90 minutes or 150-minute shows. Now that things are streaming, hopefully they can start making things whatever they want, said Joseph. Okay, Miz in the ring. We're just waiting for Javon to make his way down. I came to play. He ain't gonna make it to Saturday night's main event, says the Miz. Your boy is bouncy. Here's the young OG. Yes. Javon comes out, works the camera. Come on, let's go to work. Young OG gonna show everyone what he's got. Miz in the ring, looking over at Javon. Let's go, mate. Let's flipping go. Go on, young OG. We're all rooting for him. His rise has been crazy. I mean, I remember being in America in April of 2024, and he was just breaking through. He was one of those names that we'd seen like a couple of times, and he'd grabbed attention in NXT, but we haven't really done much with him at that point. And I remember hoping, oh man, I hope that Javon Evans is there. I really would love to see him live. Sadly, he wasn't. Trick Williams was though, so I was still thrilled. But yeah, Javon wasn't at that wasn't used on that show. But I have been so impressed with his development, and you know, this is not his first time on the main roster either. He's wrestled before, of course. Couple of times. Javon kips up, goes over, and shoots Miz over into the middle of the ring. Javon looking to come in. Drop kick there by Javon. Miz goes down. Javon off that top rope. Takes Miz over. God, he's going to connect so well with the kids and the adults and flipping everyone. Young OG against the ropes. Young OG under that bottom rope. Wasn't expecting that. Knee to the midsection. Miz getting a little bit in. Okay. Miz just letting Javon know he ain't going to even make it to tomorrow. Young OG! Springboard moonsault. Yes. Let's go. Back in the ring goes the Miz. Big boot coming in by the Miz. Ah, bang, into that ring post. Right now, Miz has got the arm of Javon as Javon goes to the outside. Okay, there we go. We've gone to commercial break. How long have we got? We've got 40 minutes left of this show. We've got 40 minutes. Don't forget, tomorrow we say goodbye to John Cena. Even if you want to watch that show on your own, just your own thoughts, I understand. Feel free to join us before. We're going to be live hours before. I think I've got it set up to start at like 2 hours before the pre-show, but we could even begin before that. I ain't doing anything tomorrow, so I'm very much dialed in, very much focused on, you know, waking up and just starting. So might start an hour earlier. Might even be earlier than that. I don't know. But I know that we will start a couple of hours before the pre-show at the latest. It's going to be big, man. It's the last big show of the year. I mean, everything else after this year is just Raws and SmackDowns. We've done Deadline, so there's no more big NXT shows. To be honest, there's not that long left, is there? There's only about a few weeks left in the year, and then we've got to sort Christmas out and New Year's and everything, but tomorrow is it. Tomorrow is it. There is a AAA show, though, the week after. I don't know if that's a big deal, though, to be honest. I'm not sure people are classing that as a big thing, but at the moment, we're going to look to do that.
Javon's still being kept grounded at the moment. He's getting back up to his feet. You're not missing anything explosive. We're at commercial break. So the clock says we'll be back in about 1:30. Javon goes on that middle rope, but no joy. He gets caught by the Miz, and down he goes. Javon will really go into his bag of tricks as soon as we're back from commercial. Miz goes over, grabs the young OG, working on the arm. Referee coming over, having a word. Robbie said AAA next Saturday. Yeah, I believe it is. Wyatt 6 are going to be in action against Psycho Circus. The 20th Saturday. Also, you've got Anthony Joshua against Jake Paul on the 19th. That's the same time as SmackDown. I don't know how we're going to do that. We're going to have to keep an eye on both, aren't we? I don't know how we're going to do that. That's going to be a nightmare. Are you going to do Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua? Well, I definitely want to do the fight, but I don't know. I'm guessing the fight's going to be on. I don't think it'll be on at the exact same time as SmackDown. I don't think it will. Leg sweep, nice. Kip up there by Javon. 1, 2. Kick out. SmackDown will finish before Paul Joshua, says Mayor Pete. Well, we're going to have to try and find a way of doing both, aren't we? We're going to have to try and talk wrestling during a boxing stream. I don't know. I mean, I can't really do SmackDown, then end it, and then do the fight because... Well, I don't know. I'll have to try and get my head around it. It's going to be messy. Whatever I try and do, it's going to be messy. To be honest, I have no idea why they didn't do it on Saturday. No idea why Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua is not Saturday. That way it can just have its own stream. We can watch the undercard and, you know, everything would be great. Instead, no, let's do it at the same time as SmackDown. Chop coming in by Javon. Andy, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Do you think tomorrow will be the greatest ever Saturday night's main event or still one from the golden era? Well, I mean, main event was the one that had Hogan Andre, didn't it? It had the biggest rating ever. But I think that was called the main event, not Saturday night's main event. So I'm not sure if that one counts. But I mean, that has the biggest TV rating for wrestling. I think even now on TV. So, you know, that would be the sort of benchmark. But yeah, I think Saturday night's main event wise, yes, it will be the biggest tomorrow. Whether we count that Hogan Andre one, though, I'm not sure. But even including that, this is Cena's final match. I mean, this is going down in history and will be remembered forever. So, yeah. Even including that tomorrow could beat it. I do expect the numbers to be big. Miz does You Can't See Me 5-knuckle shuffle. Boom, connects. There we go. Miz, with that'll go down really well. He was trying for the AA, but he didn't get it. Miz charges over, goes through the ropes. Young OG, bigger. Gets it. Gets it. Right now, the young OG with the Miz, putting him back in the ring. Yeah, we've got a slight "This is awesome" chant. Well, check this out. Oh, Miz catches the young OG. I thought he was going to hit him with that cutter, but he couldn't quite get it. The Miz with a handful of tights. Only gets a 2. Now he's going for it again. He'll get it this time, and he does. The young OG. 1, 2. Puts the Miz away. Look at that. Javon Evans gets a win over the Miz on SmackDown. And we had a slight "This is awesome." Look at that slow-mo, mate. Oh, my God. We had a slight "This is awesome" chant breakout. I feel like the commercial interruptions hurt the pacing of the match. But when they were going, like, the young OG could just show just a glimpse of what he's got in his arsenal. I think he's saving quite a bit back for tomorrow, but, mate, you can't ignore the young OG. So exciting. Okay, we got Rhea backstage with Nia and Lash. Was that a threat? You're acting real brave now that you've got some backup, says Rhea. Okay, Javon, Miz, get your thoughts in. There's Damian. Okay. Mixed tag match, main event. Oh, Rhea looking over. Jade's. Oh. Jade Meechin. Jade Meechin. That match coming up next. She's going to murk Meechin, isn't she? I mean, it's going to be... She's going to batter her. As she should. Javon Evans beats the Unk Miz. It was an easy dub, said Crispy Wrestling. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Right. It shocked me that the old heads and the fans agree that Javon is going to be huge. It's rare to see so many different points of view agree on a wrestler these days, says Trini. Yeah. Well, he's just so exciting. But I think it's more than that. It's easy to just look at the moves that he does and go, wow, they're eye-catching. But Ricochet did moves that were eye-catching. Javon has got this real likability about him. Like, I'm not saying that Ricochet didn't, but Ricochet, I don't know what it was. There was like this barrier between him and the crowd. I don't know if it was his personality was a bit turned down. I mean, I don't know. We just never found the right presentation. And I think we could have, honestly. I mean, I remember seeing Ricochet when he was Prince Puma in Lucha Underground. And I remember being very excited by what I was seeing. And I was excited by what Ricochet could do, but it just felt like there was a barrier. I mean, it's really funny that normally you take the mask off to help connect with the crowd better, because if they can see your facial expressions and, you know, they can see in your eyes and connect more with you, like, it helps. Full face masks are a real barrier. The irony of Ricochet was that he took the mask off, stopped being Prince Puma, showed us his face, which was a lovely face. And, you know, that barrier still remained. And actually, I probably felt more connected, if anything, ironically, when he was Prince Puma with the mask on. Because at least there was a character. At least there was something there. Like the Prince Puma name, the mask. It was quite cool, I thought. And, you know, that's definitely something that you could dig into. With Ricochet, it just felt very, I don't know, shallow. Struggled with, like, a personality. I think he's showing a bit more personality now. I think he's a heel now, isn't he? And he kind of goes off online and people kind of interact with him. And I think he kind of shows a little bit more now. But, yeah, with Javon, there's just none of those concerns. You know, he comes out, he's grabbing the camera, screaming. Do you know what I mean? He's big with his expressions. Young kids. You know, he's kind of cool. I don't know, there's just no barrier there. Like, you just feel a connection. So the moves definitely are the eye-catching thing, but I think it's more than that. There's plenty of people that have come in that have been able to do like that kind of lucha style, if you will, right? That have struggled. Actually, the history of lucha, I mean, you look at someone like Kalisto or you look at Sin Cara, and, you know, they really struggled. I mean, they were not big stars. But Javon just hits different, doesn't he? I think he's just a real likable guy. There's a connection there. Axiom should roll without the mask for a bit, says Brian. Well, I think Axiom's done well. Yeah, he's a good-looking guy, Axiom. Obviously, we saw him when he was A-Kid in NXT UK. So we know he's a good-looking guy. He could run without the mask for a bit. And, you know, I think people would actually connect with him better as a result. Maybe he will in some sort of story, perhaps when Fraxium split. I mean, if Fraxium split, I think Axiom would be... I think he would be the heel. I think he would. That could be interesting. Maybe what we do is we make him a darker character, a darker mask, and we like go down a heel road. But ultimately, you know, I think there'll come a point where he unmasks. And, you know, the great thing about that is that will just breathe new life into the character. If you do it now, you might just be throwing away something you can do a little further down the road. But, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's an option that you've always got, haven't you? Okay, we're just having a look to see who's on the podcast. We've got 27 minutes to go. Here's Michin. Backstage. She's cutting a promo. Oh, she's fired up, mate. Nothing pees her off more than a bully. Okay. Jade has jumped Michin. I wonder if this is even going to make it to the ring, because I thought this was going to have to be a squash, but it might not even be a match. Bang! Into the wall of Gorilla. Well, I don't think Jade's in her wrestling attire. Jade's not in her wrestling gear. I don't think Jade has got any intention to have a match. Plus, also, she might have just wrecked one of those walls in Gorilla. That's coming out of the paycheck. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what Corey just said. She's not dressed to compete. Here comes Jade. Well, she's screwed, isn't she, if Michin makes it out, and then we've got to have a match and she's not ready. If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. That's what I was always told. Show 'em, baby. Someone just yelled. You show 'em, baby. Jade doesn't give a damn. Here she is. Don't start trying her. Because that's what happens. Okay, well, Michin's music's hit. Michin is coming down. The referees are like, no, you don't. Oh, my God, she just walloped someone with a kendo. Michin coming down with a kendo stick. Bang! Well, I said, didn't we? If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. And Jade now looks a little bit silly, to be honest. A little bit silly. Michin is out there and she's going and grabbing weapons. A table! That'll be very well received. But Jade's not going to allow it. Big boot. Big boot. Jade and her thong battling away on the outside. That table is going back under that ring, mate. Back under that ring. Crowd boo. Deal with it. Shot coming in there by Michin. We got a microphone in the ring. Michin, bang! Choke slam. We want tables is the chant. But there we go. She came out. I don't know what that was. What was Jade doing there? Is that like... What's that? Firing arrows. Give me some real competition. We switch gears to tomorrow night. Chris said, what was the building where WWE filmed? Manhattan Center is where they filmed the first Raw. It's by Madison Square Garden. So that's where they did the first Raw, the second Raw. They did a lot of Raws there in 1993. But, I mean, Madison Square Garden is definitely worth a visit because that's where the very first WrestleMania was held. It's where WWE did most of their big shows in the 60s and the 70s. And, you know, WrestleMania 1 in 85, WrestleMania 10, WrestleMania 20, some of those iconic Royal Rumbles. I mean, there's so many shows that have come from Madison Square Garden. That is, in many ways, WWE's home. It hasn't felt that way in recent years because whenever we do New York, they tend to go Barclays Center now, which sucks. But we still do Madison Square Garden. And we did that this year, didn't we? We had John Cena say goodbye to the Garden recently. So if you're on a bit of a WWE pilgrimage in New York, I think you need to see the Garden. Daze, damn. Jade just brought the B word from AEW. Will she get far with the title, says Benny. I think she will. I think she'll go into next year, probably into WrestleMania as champ, where surely there's going to be a Bianca Belair waiting. Although there was a little tease, wasn't there? Just a little tease of her and Rhea earlier. Just a little tease. Right, we are seeing how Gunther got the win in that tournament. He now goes on to face John Cena. I'm going to wrap my arms around your neck. I'm going to force you to give up. There we go. Is he going to make John Cena give up? Does John Cena tap out as he leaves WWE, as he leaves the wrestling world? Is that what Cena's doing? Gunther. AJ Styles, Dragon Lee taking on Javon Evans, Leon Slater. I mean, that match is going to bang, mate. That is going to be so good. Tomorrow might end up being the best PLE of the year, and it's not even a PLE. Sol Ruka against Bayley. I think they are teasing Jade Rhea, said British Vasion. But actually, Bianca will be the one to dethrone her. Todd said, is WWE announcing Hall of Fame? Who will they induct first? Well, they've already announced Stephanie. So we know that Stephanie's going in. There are rumors that Cena is potentially going in as well. I think it's a bit soon, but I think we've just done a whole year of saying goodbye to Cena, and then tomorrow we're going to have a big emotional... I don't feel like, right, let's get him in the Hall of Fame now. It's like, why does everything have to be now? There's so much time, and like, you know, let's do it next year or the year after, or 27, 28, 29, 30. Because if we put him in, we won't have anything for the other years, you know? There's no patience in the world anymore. So, yeah, he's rumoured anyway. I think Cyndi Lauper needs to go in. I keep saying this. Every time the Hall of Fame conversation comes round, I'm just going to keep shouting Cyndi Lauper. Right, here we go. Here we go. I'm doing everything I can to avoid Tweedledee and Tweedledum because you can't lose your title if you don't defend it. the words of Chelsea Green. It is true, man. You can't lose your title if you don't defend it. Okay, that's a little better how they've just presented that entrance. They've actually focused on Aleister rising up. And then they've had Zelina rise up in front of him, which looks a little bit better than how they were doing it before. Because how they were doing it before is we would focus on Zelina, who would be in the front sort of doing this. And in the background, Aleister would rise up, but you wouldn't really see it. It was losing its impact. I still don't love it, but it's a bit better. Okay. Damian and Rhea against Aleister and Zelina. The Second City Saints. Right, we're going to commercial break. Main event coming up. Daze, there's no time. You never know. Cena might not be here in 3 years. Oh, my God. You never know, said Hasib. Well, I am very confident he will be. I don't wish for Cena to not be here in 3 years' time. I think if you're going to take that attitude, then, well, we need to get The Rock in, don't we? There's many people that we need to get in then, if we're going to take that approach. I think we've just spent all year honouring Cena, and we will honour him tomorrow as well. So if that was part of the thought process, then we would be moving a lot quicker with getting some of those big names in. She is being presented as just Zelina now. No more Vega, said Tabasco Boshi. Tabasco, thank you. Okay, Zelina and... I never know. I'm so rubbish at being able to spell Aleister. I mean, it doesn't look right. Versus Terror Twins. Oh, I've got it here, actually. A-L-E-I. E-I. E-I-S-T-E-R. Put the I in the wrong place. There we go. Our main event. We got 16 minutes to go. Cena said that we'll never see him in jorts again after his last match. I wonder what he'll wear if he makes surprise appearances. Suits. I think he said he'll be wearing suits. Wes. Hello, Wes. Wes said no one is going to miss Cena 3 weeks after he's gone. He'll be like dust in the wind. Wind dust. Wind dust. James said, Daze, this might not be like a PLE, but it damn well feels like one. I agree. Huge. Feels huge. Real John said Zelina doesn't stand a chance with Rhea. Jennifer said, what if we focus on Aleister? Then when he was up, Zelina just danced around instead of on the floor. What if we focus on him? So he rises, and then as he rises, Zelina kind of dances around. Yeah, I don't mind that. I feel like what they just did was better for the first bit, but I'm open to alternatives for that. Then they sort of like walk down together, not really doing anything. I feel like there's something during that walk that could be, you know, when Scarlett, for example, would do it, she would always walk ahead of Carrion, sort of to get in the ring first and, you know, do a bit of a performance. With this, they just sort of walk side by side and there's not really much of a performance happening. There's not really anything they've done that bit there. I feel like that could be stronger. I also feel like when they get in the ring, I don't really feel like there's much that they do as well. But yeah, it just feels to me, I mean, like, it's not a big drama. It's not like it's terrible or anything like that. It's absolutely fine. And there's plenty of people that have no issue with it, right, at all. But I just feel like we're missing an opportunity. I feel like there's definitely more we can do with that entrance. So, oh, okay. We're seeing a big banner here. The big banner going up for John. Final. Thank you, Cena. One last time. Thank you. All the banners are going up in Washington. Look at that. Thank you, Cena. DC welcomes John Cena's final match. Okay, so Aleister and Zelina are, well, they're on the outside, actually, over by the Prime Hydration Station. Maybe they're taking an opportunity to get hydrated. Terror Twins about to make their way down. That was cool, seeing some of those banners. Let's go. Daze, is there any retirement match that you won't get emotional for? Or are you excited for everyone? I thought you weren't a Cena fan, but this is like Messi getting excited for Ronaldo retirement match. I'm not a Cena fan in the sense of he's never been like my number one, but he's been so important to wrestling. It's kind of like he's been ever present, you know? I mean, I've been watching since the early 90s. So, I mean, if you think about that whole ruthless aggression periods, he's been so important during that time. He's been the face of the company, and I can recognize how much he means to people. So, you know, he's not someone for me. I'm never going to sit here and claim that he was my favorite wrestler. I've never said that. I'd never sit here and make out that, you know, he is someone that I really have, like, you know, deep emotional feelings for. Like, I respect him. I really respect him. I really respect Cena. And I'm more than happy to join in with a celebration of his career. I don't have any ill will towards Cena or any bad feelings for Cena. He's someone that I really respect. I don't see how you can't when you think about all of the Make-A-Wishes that he's done. And, you know, I said earlier, if they were going to make someone the face of the company during the ruthless aggression periods, they could have gone with someone that's a real douche. They could have gone with someone that was a real tool. But, you know, I think he was someone that is really grounded. Maybe he's not always been that way. And maybe some of the things he says just to, you know, send the right message. And I'm sure he's made a lot of mistakes in his life, but I think whenever you hear him talk, there's a lot of people that respect what he's got to say. And look at the other day when he went to help Bayley out with her seminar, and he was there for like 8 hours, you know? Bruce Pritchard told the story on his podcast. It was like there was a mom that had to flee. I do remember this story, actually. There was a mom that had to flee the Ukraine because of what was happening in Ukraine. And the only way that she could, like, get her kid who's got autism out of Ukraine to get him to go is she said, we're going to leave to see your hero, John Cena. We're going to leave and go and see John Cena. And she arrived in the UK having shared that story. John heard about it, jumped on a plane and went and saw them. Completely, no one arranged it. John just heard about it, jumped on a plane. He was filming at the time, jumped on a plane, went and saw the kid, so that the mom never lied. When she said, we're going to leave Ukraine to go and see your hero, John, that's actually what happened. I mean, what a guy. What an amazing guy. What a great guy. So, yeah, I got a lot of respect for John Cena, and I've spent all year kind of watching him wrap up his career, and tomorrow's going to be a real nice celebration in it. I don't think you need to be like a diehard Cena fan to enjoy tomorrow. Zelina lands on her feet. We're underway with our main event. Brony said, it's hard for me to care about Cena retiring from in-ring competition when we've had 1 or 2 matches a year for the past 5-7 years. Him leaving doesn't change anything about the product, says Brony. Yeah, that's fair. We spoke about that earlier. When we said that if he was just having his final match, I think it would hit different. If he was just coming back for one match and it was tomorrow, you know, I think it would hit different because he hasn't been around that much. But actually what they've done is they've done a whole year of 36 dates, 18 of them being matches. We've spent all year talking about him as a result. Even when he's not been on the shows, we're talking about, how do you feel about the heel turn? Do you think it's working? Was it the right thing to do? Who does he need to face this year? How do you feel about what they're doing with R-Truth? How do you feel about him facing Randy again? How do you feel about him and CM Punk? Do you think he will face Bron Breakker this year? When's he going to turn back face? I mean, if he's on the show, we talk about him. If he's not on the show, we talk about him. 2025 has been the year of John Cena. And so, because he's been ever present in the conversation throughout the past 12 months, it actually makes tomorrow a bigger deal. Rather than him just coming back going, right, guys, I'm going to do a match and I'm going to call it quits. And we're like, yeah, that makes sense, John. Actually, now it's a bigger deal because we've just spent 12 months speaking about him and watching him and like, we've spent 12 months building up this moment. And as a result, it does feel like a much bigger deal. It does feel a bit more emotional as well as a result, because it does feel a little bit like we are losing an active wrestler because he has been active this year, rather than if it was just a one-off match and he wasn't active. So that for me is why tomorrow is, a bigger deal than if he hadn't have just done the last 12 months. Okay, Zelina in there. How long we got? We've only got 7 minutes. That's all we've got left. 7 minutes, and we've still got 30 seconds of an advert. Wrestlandy said, is that a Japanese flag on Rhea's boots? Yeah, she's been wearing that as she's been working with EO. I can't believe a lot of us have been watching John for over 20 years. Tomorrow's going to hit me in the feels. I would have in my late 20s when he started appearing on our screen, said Simply Simon. It's going to really impact a lot of people. Really, a lot of people are going to be feeling it. I mean, I've seen lots of those interviews where people are like, you saved my life. You mean everything to me. I grew up without a dad. I see you as like a father figure. I mean, those people are going to be in bits flipping, arriving at the building, you know, or when they turn the show on. I genuinely don't know. I mean, I'm not going into tomorrow thinking I'm going to be crying or anything like that. I don't know, but will the emotion of the moment of saying goodbye to undeniably one of WWE's greats, one of the most important names, whether you rated him or not, he's still one of the most important names in the history of WWE. What he means to a lot of people, it can't be ignored. Whether you like him or don't like him, whether you rate him or you don't rate him, there are so many people that do. And there are so many people that feel like he had a massive impact on their lives. I can recognize that. I can recognize his importance. So it's like, it's a moment in it. It's a chapter. But I think it's right as well. You can't go on forever. And, you know, he leaves us with some great memories. I mean, he was able to add that AJ Styles match. He was able to add that Cody Rhodes match. He gave us one of the most shocking heel turns, even though the run after wasn't very good. That moment was huge. Clothesline there by Priest. And hopefully tomorrow adds to that list as well. Bang, planted. Damian go back in the corner, charges over, collides into Aleister. We got 5 minutes to go. Big Time said a 3-hour Smackdown when your main event scene has coincided with Cody Drew feuding since September. How are they going to hold people's interest? Well, that's the challenge, isn't it? I mean, I'd be calling up some NXT talent. I'd be freshening up that main event scene. I'd be looking at all my belts and trying to find the most captivating stories I can. But also we're building to WrestleMania, so we've got all those stories to lean into. But yeah, you want all your divisions firing. You want your tag division firing. You want to have, you know, women's tag champs around. You want to have your top championship. I mean, hopefully there's a plan there. Jade's got that, and I'd imagine it's going to be her Bianca. I mean, that's a perfectly great feud. I know that Jade's not the greatest talent, but I'm down for watching her against Bianca. Zelina charges over, double knees as Damian goes into the corner. Big knee coming in by Aleister. Rhea goes to the outside as well. 3 minutes now. We're so running out of time. Double moonsault to the outside. Zelina lands on Rhea. Aleister lands on Damian. Zelina is up top. Crossbody gets caught. Rhea looking for a riptide. Oh, no, not good. Code Reds. 1, 2. Oh. That looked really botchy. I think they're chanting mommy. I wondered what they were chanting there, but I mean, that looked brutal. I think it was a Code Red that she was trying for. She was trying to flip her over, but she ended up kind of landing so awkwardly. Do you know, that kind of a error can really derail, obviously, the momentum. Even that didn't look quite right. They need to, it's so hard to kind of dial back in when you have a moment like that. It's towards the end of the match, though, so, I mean, we might not have too much longer to go. Rhea looks up at Aleister. Aleister steps through the ropes. Rhea comes over. She delivers a headbutt. Roll up by Zelina. Kick out by Rhea. Another big boot coming in. Aleister Black is in there. Kick coming in by Damian. I think we're about to send this home. Looking for a double Razor's Edge. Is this going to be beginning of the ends? Riptides. Slam down. Looking for the cover. 1, 2, 3. That honestly does not strike me as the right way forwards. I mean, Aleister and Zelina that you've been trying to build up are just beaten. Well, there we go. Rhea and Damian get the win, and well, thanks a lot for coming. The final match in the career of John Cena. That was a bit hard to watch, said Picari, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of those things. It happens. But, yeah, that was... Oof. To be honest, I don't think they left them much time. And... main event as well. There's no house shows anymore. So you're kind of having to go into these matches quite cold without having really had a chance to work anything out. I mean, they would have so benefited from doing that match, like, on the circuit and getting some stuff worked out, you know? But I feel like you're, you know, no offense to Zelina, but Zelina in any kind of SmackDown main event just feels a bit strange because she's not normally there. So, I mean, you're asking someone that hasn't throughout her career had consistent TV time, consistent opportunities. You know, sometimes we've done stuff and then no. And then we'll go back and then no. And it's very hit and miss. You're taking someone there that I've got to think it's probably still a little bit cold. And I don't know. Look, botches can always happen. I think it definitely did derail the kind of match a bit, but everyone's coming out of it okay. And, you know, fine. Honestly, who cares? It didn't matter. The match didn't matter anyway. And I'm just glad everyone's okay. But it's probably unfair, honestly, on Zelina, who's not normally in those kind of main events and in those kind of matches and in those kind of positions. And then she doesn't have the live events to work with either. This is where you probably are going to get some botches like that. Brandon said, I think AEW did a better job using Aleister Black. Hope Zelina's good, said Fapello. Yeah, she looks fine. You know, that's the most important thing, isn't it? That no one's injured and she looks fine. No Julia, though. That's going to be frustrating for a lot of people. I know there's a lot of Julia fans that are going to be frustrated with that. I don't know where we are with Julia. I mean, I wonder if she's gone back to Japan. I don't know. Daze, what's the last memorable title reign that made you say, wow? And if it is Roman, WWE Creative is lost because that was a long time ago. WWE need to do better, says Ronnie. Well, yeah, WWE definitely need to do better. I completely agree with that. The last title reign that made me say, wow. Well, to be honest with you, Ilja Dragunov right now literally made me say wow tonight. I actually said wow. So, I think, like, if we're going to include everything, Ilja, before that, Sammy, I thought had a really good run with the open challenges. So, you know, those I think have been really good, but I can't say Stephanie. And obviously before Stephanie, we had Naomi. I can't say Naomi because her run was so short. So if we look over on that side, I wouldn't say too much there. If we have a look over, Tiffany did not make me say wow. Jade certainly isn't either. I think before that, was it Nia that had it before that? I mean, that wasn't it. Becky's Intercontinental was okay, but the way it ended, obviously, I find frustrating. At the top, Cody, no. I mean, we've spoke a lot about his creative not being good enough. Over on the men's side, Seth, no. Punk hasn't really done much with it at the moment. Gunther, no. Jay, no. Gunther before that, not really. I don't think his world title runs have been booked that well, to be honest. So, yeah, no, I think if we're going to include everything right now, I would say United States. Don't think Dominic's Intercontinental run has been that great. I think Gunther's Intercontinental run was good, though, when he broke that records. I thought that was strong. But, I mean, even that would have been around the time of Roman. So, yeah, not much, to be honest. I'm trying to think of Io's run with the belt, and she had some banging matches, but I don't think it was all that long, to be honest. Io's run was not bad. But yeah, the point remains that creative needs to be better, but I mean, listen, we've been saying that flipping for the past 12 months, if not longer. Black Onyx said, I think WWE need to stop all the storylines. They need to just revamp, restart all the characters and stories except for Io. Wrestling Void said, are you doing the breakdown now? Yes. We're going to step away in a second. Just giving people a chance to get their votes in for that main event. Right. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, you lot said that match came out as good 83 for that main event. Just glad that everyone is okay. So, there we go. Right, yes, we are done, and we are going to go away. Don't forget, really appreciate people joining us tonight, and I hope you got something from this show. I do think tomorrow is going to be historic, and I really do try to not use that word often. You don't need me to tell you how big of a deal that show is. We will be live hours before, reacting to whatever's going down, whatever rumours there are. Apparently there are surprises planned, so looking forward to seeing what they are. I think Kurt Angle will be one. I think he'll just be there. I don't think he'll do anything. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they have The Rock there and they bring people out and they just applaud, and The Rock standing next to Triple H, Nick Khan. You know, it could be that. You know, I think that The Undertaker will be there. He's actually doing Dead Man Show tonight, so I expect him to be there tomorrow. And I think if you're going to have that amount of legends backstage, how do you not bring them out to applaud? So I think we'll be seeing a lot of legends tomorrow. But yeah, we'll be live hours before. So if you are around, you want to share your thoughts, share your memories of John as well, feel free to jump in and do that. And again, if you've not left a like on that stream, please do. It's greatly appreciated. We're trying to get it to 1,000. I don't know if it's going to do that, but it does feel like tomorrow is a big deal, and we always try for that 1,000 if ever possible. So yeah, appreciate it. I'm going to go and do the breakdown now. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, I'll do the breakdown, and then of course we'll have SmackDown opinions as well. I'll get that feedback up as well. So lots coming. Appreciate it. I'll see you.